Respected Sri Tasneem Mohammed sir, former PCF, Maharashtra Forest Department, and chief guest of the today's webinar. Respected Sri KP Singh ji, Deputy Director General, Regional Office of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Bangalore. Respected Sri Bihas Ranjan ji, ADG Wildlife, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. Respected Director, IWST, Dr. MP Singh ji, Dr. Gurudev Singh ji, distinguished officers, speakers from various state forest departments, esteemed participants who joined us virtually from across the country, Group Coordinator Research, Sri Shetapanavarji, my colleagues from IWST, a very good morning to all of you, and wishing you a very happy International Day of Forests. Before beginning the welcome speech, we would like to screen a 2 minutes video on International Day of Forests. Manohar, please play the video.
But wood helps provide millions of people with clean and safe drinking water, cook food, and build shelter. But wood can do even more. Wood can build skyscrapers and replace plastic. With advances in science, wood is changing how we see the world, how we dress, and how we move in more climate-friendly ways. Through nanotechnology, wood can help us heal and find new cures. Wood is even taking us to space. When forests are managed sustainably, wood is a renewable resource. Choose sustainable wood for people and the planet.
It's my privilege to welcome all of you for this 2 days webinar on Augmenting Teak, Way Forward. As you have just seen the video clipping, today is the International Day of Forests, which was started in 2012. As UN General Assembly adopted World Forestry Day as International Day of Forests on 28th November 2012. This is the Aluminium Jubilee of International Day of Forest, and the theme for this year is Forest and Sustainable Production and Consumption. Keeping this theme in mind, IWST has decided to host a webinar on augmenting teak timber production in India, a way forward, with an objective of promoting sustainable production and consumption of teak, which is the most valuable and widespread timber in India, which is often known as King of Timbers. IWST being a premier research institute having more than 8 decades experience in wood science and technology research, we have organized a series of training programs and webinars from last 1 year on various issues related to production and utilization of wood and wood products under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav initiative of Government of India to celebrate and commemorate 75 years of independence. As part of this initiative and to celebrate International Day of Forests, we are hosting a webinar on teak today with an hope to come up with a clear roadmap to bring back to its former glory. With this brief background, now I would like to introduce the chief guest of today's inaugural session. It's my privilege to introduce 3 key speakers in the inaugural session. The chief guest of today's function is, as I said, Sri Tasneem Mohammed sir. He belongs to 1977 batch of Indian Forest Service of Maharashtra cadre. He served as PCCF of Maharashtra Forest Department. Basically, he is a postgraduate in science and he authored a book on teak. Before retiring from service, he served in various capacities in Government of Maharashtra as well as Government of India. He is also served as faculty in IGNFA and groomed many IFS officers, including two chief guests and hosts. And indeed, it's an honor for us to have you here with us today, sir. We are happy to introduce the guest of honor of the today, Sri KP Singh, sir. He belongs to 1988 batch of Indian Forest Service. Again, he belongs to Maharashtra cadre. He hails from Bihar. He is also a postgraduate in science. Presently, is serving as a Deputy Director General in Regional Office of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Bangalore. Previously, he served in various capacities at Government of Maharashtra. He has first-hand experience of working with the Teak when he worked as DCF in Chandrapur. He also worked as working plan officer for various forest divisions, which are predominantly dominated by Teak. Again, thank you, sir, for having you here with us today, sir. Another chief guest today, he is expected to join us. That is Sri Vivas Ranjan, sir. Sir belongs to 1989 batch of Indian Forest Service, allotted to Uttar Pradesh cadre. He is also postgraduate in science. Presently serving as Additional Director General Wildlife in the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Previously served in different capacities, both in Government of India and State Government of Uttar Pradesh. We are extremely happy to have you here with us, sir. With this brief background on our chief guest and guest of honor, now I would request Dr. Arun Kumar to welcome the guests and participants formally. Over to Dr. Arun Kumar, please.
Kumar, for your kind address. Very good morning to all of you. It gives me an immense pleasure to wish you all eventful and memorable International Day of Forests and World Wood Day. I heartfully welcome you all for this important webinar, Augmenting Teak Timber in India, Way Forward. It's a proud privilege to welcome the dignitaries who have accepted our invitation and being present here both in offline as well as online mode. It's an honor to warmly welcome Mr. Tasneem Ahmed, IFS and former PCCF of Maharashtra Forest Department for gracing this occasion as the chief guest. When we approached Mr. Tasneem Ahmed, sir gratefully acknowledged and immediately agreed to our request. Sir, on behalf of all of us, I cordially welcome you on this momentous occasion and thank you for sparing your valuable time and being amidst us. Your presence is inspiring to all of us, sir. Thank you very much. It's also my pleasure to invite the guest of honor for today's inaugural session, Mr. Vivas Ranjan, Additional Director General of Forest, who will be joining us shortly from Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. His noble presence on this important occasion has brought a great impetus to all of us. Sir, I take this wonderful opportunity on behalf of all of us to express my sincere gratitude with a warm welcome for accepting to be with us on this splendid occasion amidst all your busy schedule. It's a proud moment for all of us to sincerely welcome our one more special guest of honor, Mr. KP Singh, Deputy Director General of Forests, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Integrated Regional Office, Bengaluru. Sir, we take immense pleasure in welcoming you for this fabulous occasion and spending your valuable time with us. Your presence makes a huge difference to all of us here, and I take this opportunity to affectionately welcome you to be with us, sir. Thank you very much. We also have amidst us the keynote speaker of this important day, Dr. Gurudev Singh, retired scientist, IFGTB, Coimbatore, who has traveled all the way from Mysore to be with us here. Sir, your physical presence and profound knowledge makes all of us very happy. On behalf of all of us here, I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. Thanks for accepting our invitation and being with us, sir. I also fondly welcome our director, Dr. MP Singh, Mr. V.S. Shatappan, our group coordinator research, and all the heads of the divisions, scientists, and my fellow colleagues who are here for being here. I extend a deep sense of gratitude along with a warm welcome to all the distinguished speakers, participants who have joined us online from the length and breadth of this country and providing us immense encouragement and confidence to conduct this important webinar. Your presence makes a huge difference to all of us. A warm welcome again, and thank you all for being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Arun Kumar, for extending warm welcome to the guests as well as participants of this webinar. Now, I would request Sri Shatappan Avarji, Group Coordinator Research, Institute of Wood Science and Technology, for his initial remarks. Over to shut up now, sir.
Good morning to all. Good morning to all the participants and also our chief guest. Sir, my memory goes back to my posting when I was in Bastar, where I was taking large scale irrigated, unirrigated and rainfed plantations. So I noticed because I was taking a 50% major plantation as a teak. The teak is such a species, it responds to the nutrients and water compared to any other species. If you provide nutrient and water properly, the growth of teak you can see in a year. So it can shoot up like anything. So this technology we adopted from our previous techniques developed by our seniors. So they developed technology when it was adopted in the corporations. So in corporations, our old officers, they standardized technique for few species. Among that, teak was one of the best species. Even during British era, they mainly concentrated on the teak because it was having various uses from shipbuilding to the interior decoration. Even in our ancient time, if you see our houses, most of our decorated houses and aesthetic houses are having teak as a main wood. To be frank here, in those days, when we were doing planting, the clones were available for the eucalyptus. But now I came to know that because of our scientist and Gurudev Singh Ji, when he was doing presentation, I came to know that they have developed a few excellent teak species as a clone. So these can be adopted in the agroforestry models because teak is not suitable for the agroforestry earlier. So that's why we were going for the large scale this one plantation of teak, and it was coming up very well in various soils from a fertile to very stony area. The performance of stony teak was better than the other teak. Now the things comes to my mind why we're going for the augmentation. So when I was doing DFO as a working plan officer of the Sukuma and Dantewada division, which was known for the teak and quality one teak. When I was doing mapping, I came to know that the population of the teak had come down from 60 to 70% to the less than 20%. Even in Sukuma division, even I didn't mention in some of the area, the officers which were working over there, they started claiming that you have not done the mapping. Then some of our officers who were posted, they said that because of the large scale extraction in those areas, because of some problem, the teak has dwindled and it was less than the 10%. So that is how once the large scale producer of the teak, India, which was importing the teak, now we were exporting the teak, now we are importing the teak. The techniques for the teak seedling production is also standard, but why we have not adopted and continued that culture of teak plantation? Because it can come up very well in all sorts of soil and all sorts of climatic condition. So our aim is to gain back our number one teak producer, because the Central American countries, if you see the way they are cultivating and the way they are doing the harvesting, even the teak, because of my interaction with our scientists, because it's the Wood Institute, they said that it can attain its property in 25 years. The matured 200-year-old the plants can have the same property as the 25, 26 years old plant. This one teak plant is also having. The quantum of the hardness and the type of that oil synthesis may differ, but the property it can gain at the age of 24, 25. So with this aim, we can also replant and we can regain our lost glory. With this, I will complete my few sentences. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your experience of working with Teak and challenges for augmenting Teak. Now I would request our director, Dr. MP Singh, for his opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Chief Guest of today's function, Sri Tasneem Ahmad sir, Guest of Honor Sri KP Singh ji, Sri Vivas Ranjan, Gurudev Singh ji, and my scientists in this conference room, and colleagues and senior forest officers who have joined this webinar online. It is a great honor and opportunity for all of us that we have joined hands today to ponder over the problem of augmenting teak timber in India with the roadmap for next 25 years, that is 2047, when India attains 100 years of independence. So and this is a good coincidence that this year it is International Day of Forest is being celebrated on the theme of forest and sustainable production and consumption. We in India, maybe for last 30 years, have gained on the conservation front, but have lost on the production front. And resultantly, I'll just show a few slides to figure out, to show that how much teak we are importing. Because when we went for the 1988 policy and subsequently the liberalization of import of timber happened, and then we, instead of having production from our sources, we resorted to import of teak. And if you see, more than 12 lakhs we started in 2003-4 only, and there has been increase of this, almost this quantity of teak timber is being imported every year. There has been some reduction in the import of teak. That is because of the substitution by some other species. The utilization pattern has changed. That is why, but we are still importing, but we are importing other species. Next slide. This is the graphical representation, so we can understand how much timber we are importing. Next. And if we see this in the value in rupees, then you can see almost on the average, we are, if you see the average, it will come to almost 4,000 crores worth of teak timber itself we are importing. So, and this is the largest component of our import bill of the wood and wood products. And if we come to the export, we are exporting to a small quantity of timber. That is very small quantity of timber that is happening. And so what is my point is that as Setipanava has also flagged the issue, that other countries, they have resorted to the genetic improvement, they have resorted to the productivity enhancement and undertaken large scale plantation of teak for, for augmentation and for the export. And that is why we are from the other countries. Whereas if you see, India is, teak is indigenous to India. We have, you can say, the second largest teak forest after Myanmar. Still, the production from forest has been declining. So we need to figure out whether it can be, are we doing the sustainable production, or we need to revisit our strategy. So that is why we plan that we will have the presentations from all the teak, all the states having teak forest, natural teak forest, and they can put their point of view, how they plan to augment teak timber in near future, what can be the strategy. It will be a presentation, and then brainstorming session will also happen. So we are hopeful and we are very confident that we will be able to come out with some strategy at the end of this 2-day session, so that India can plan its strategy. It may be on the two front, one augmenting from the natural forest, other can be from the augmenting from the TOF. As far as augmenting from the TOF is concerned, Government of India is actively considering some legislative and policy changes so that it facilitate the production forestry outside the forest. So with this, I wish this webinar we have a very good discussion and the presentation, and we are able to have a way forward for this aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for setting a very good background for this webinar and also highlighting the importance of promoting teak for import substitution and need for promoting the productivity of teak in India. Thank you very much, sir. Now I would request the our guest of honor, Shri K.P. Singh, sir, to share his experience and address the participants.
Good morning, friends, and I'm very thankful to IWST, especially Dr. M.P. Singh and his team, for organizing such a important webinar on the topic of augmenting teak timber in India way forward, and especially inviting Dr. Tasneem Ahmed, who was our mentor and also a guide in managing the teak forest way back in 1990s. And I am a 1988 batch officer and I joined in Maharashtra in 1990. Thereafter, I got a posting in Central Chandar Division, which is the post teak bearing areas of Maharashtra. There, we started our career from the most important aspect of working was raising teak nurseries. And we had beautiful Vatrana felling series where pure teak seed orchards were there, from where every conservator used to ensure that the best quality teak seed, not in kilos, not in quintals, 40 to 50 tons every year is collected in time and brought to the central nurseries, and there the proper treatment should be done on the platforms in time, and accordingly good quality teak root shoot was raised. That is thumb shape, अंगूठे के तरह होना चाहिए, नहीं तो उसका उसी कैटेगरी नहीं चलेगा. So this was the rule, this was the saying. किसके नर्सरी में सबसे ज्यादा ये कैटेगरी होता है. And secondly, whatever plantations were done in the PV1 area after clear felling, earlier clear felling that we inherited that time, beautiful plantations in Allapalli, in Chandrapur areas, and those plantations were managed very efficiently by doing scientific thinning. And they say that FDCM, that is the corporation, was much way ahead of our territorial region in doing this work. But in territorial wings also, this was the culture that before thinning, entire exercises used to be done on holidays. Taslim Ahmad Sahab used to take us to the field and with a wedge prism and how to do the entire exercise and mark the proper trees so that proper specimens, whether it is mechanical or silvicultural, is done proper. So those were the days, and now we are sitting in this webinar after 34 years, talking on how to augment the production. So this shows that our priorities have shifted. Working as a regional officer over here in Karnataka, when I see the felling proposals or the working plans coming over here, I never find a proposal where thinning of teak plantations have been proposed. Hardly 1 or 2%. Maximum is clear felling of exotic species like eucalyptus, acacia, and then planting by indigenous species. Makes me think that either we are not neglecting those teak plantations where there is intense competition and still we are not incorporating it in our working plans, or proper stock mapping has not been done. See, out of what Forest Survey of India has done the growing stock survey, only 4% constitutes of teak. And that too, we are not managing properly or scientifically. So it is very essential for the younger generations to adopt the techniques of good quality seed collection and then making their own nurseries. As far as clones are concerned, I worked in a North Maharashtra place called Nandurbar. There I had seen that it was a revenue land where our range office was there. After 12 years of growth of clonal, good clones of teak brought and planted over there, the girth was around 90 centimeters. There was very deep, good soil and water was available. Maybe that may have counted for that. But that can be practiced in agroforestry. That can give results to the farmers. Of course, as Dr. MP Singh said, that proper legislative changes also needs to take place because under Maharashtra Felling of Trees Act, it becomes a very cumbersome process to get the permission of their own trees that they have planted and then reap the harvest of the same. As far as import of wood is concerned, now we are concentrating that we should have timber zones like in Kandla, even in Maharashtra, and maximum import should be done. In spite of having such a good growing stock and 9% of the open forest area available with us, we are changing the teak bearing areas into miscellaneous forests, which are proper areas where teak can be planted, and teak is such a species which can bear the brunt of fire and grazing. It is so, and it comes up very efficiently in the areas if it is properly tended and nurtured. But somehow the focus has shifted in immediate results. We should have 90% survival, good growth should be visible, the forest area increase should be. Those things have naturally changed our priorities, and from production forestry to conservation forestry, a shift is there. In fact, as a working plan officer, when I wrote working plan for Thane and Hanu Forest Division, maximum was improvement working circle or selection come improvement working circle. Nothing more than that, because we were very conservative on that. So whatever working was done based on the working plans that we have written. We forgot the PB areas. And as Dr. Tasneem Mahotsav has said, that in the Forest Development Corporation, that is our bread and butter. We don't get salary from the government. We have to earn our own revenue over there. So these earlier tea plantations, which were maintained, they were the real revenue earners. And after the ban came off on clear felling, he was very instrumental in getting the permission for the overwood felling circle, which actually now has augmented and sustained the FDCM, as well as now it has made the teak forest more healthy, and what growth and increments that are expected are coming. So my sincere request to all the young generation foresters will be that please shift your focus to this important topic, because we need to substitute these imports, which is having a heavy toll on our exchequer. See the quantum of timber that is being imported, though it is cheaper than our Indian teak, but yet our forest should also become a productive forest, sustainable forest, and we should show our mettle as a technical person, as a qualified forester. That is what expected from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your experience of working with teak and highlighting the need of promoting teak by increasing the productivity. Thank you very much, sir. Unfortunately, Biwa sir is not joining us because since he is attending parliament session. So now I would request our chief guest, Shri Tasneem Ahmad sir, to deliver the address. Over to Tasneem Ahmad sir.
I wish good morning to all the esteemed participants here. And before starting the my presentation,
सर शायद आपने म्यूट किया है लगता है सर सर वी आर नॉट हियरिंग यू
अभी
हाँ अभी सर सही है सर
ओके ओके माफ करना हाँ ठीक है Before proceeding further, first of all, I want to congratulate Mr. MP Singh for organizing this webinar on the subject augmenting teak timber in India way forward. Actually, it's a great attempt on his part, and at least the thinking has started that we are having so much forest and we are still importing wood from outside. Point is how we can again get on the right track and utilize our resources for the economic and social development of the society. See, actually, the issue of timber production in fact, we have forgotten. And a concept has developed that it is something wrong to cut tree for timber. In fact, it is a fact that timber production or felling a tree for the purpose of timber or revenue is not the job of forest officer. What forest officer does, forest officer fells a tree only with one purpose. That is to say, to induce reproduction of principal species which he wants, desired species in the forest. And while making conditions favorable for the reproduction of that principal species, he has to carry out certain operations, including removal of dead old trees to give way for the new production to come up. So main purpose is reproduction. Every felling forest officer does only with the purpose of either reproduction or manipulating the growing stock to a certain level. So timber production is a byproduct, but main job which must be done is the reproduction of forest, continued reproduction of forest. And if our forest suffers from or the reproduction is paralyzed in my forest, that means that we are going to lose the forest over a period of time. The scale of our time in respect of forestry is very large, say 100, 200, 300 years. We don't immediately realize the effect, but over a period of time, we realize. As one of the speakers said, that population of teak is decreasing. That is very true. But it is not because of felling. It is because of failure of reproduction. So we will examine it, that how we can remove it. And if somebody fells a tree, I will not call him a forest officer, a felling of a tree for revenue or timber is not at all. But felling of a tree is necessitated for the purpose of reproduction. Now, people often talk production forestry or conservation of forestry. Sir, I beg to differ with many of the people that there is nothing like production forestry, there is nothing like conservation forestry. Forestry is only one, which concentrates on continuous process of reproduction of the desired species. Production is a byproduct, as I said. Similarly, conservation. If conservation means less felling is again too bad, because what happens, it makes the forest rather overstocked and does not allow sufficient sunlight to come to strike the forest floor. As a result, reproduction suffers, whether it is natural or by planting. There are many examples, at least in the respect of teak, which we all know is a heavy light demander, and we have tried to reproduce it under selection system or by underplanting. We have utterly failed. Entire money has gone waste. It is a light demander. Therefore, attempt has to be made that if at all we are managing it under selection system, then sufficient openings must be created for its reproduction, and until establishes the nearby trees, do not close the canopy. And still, best method is going for a clearing system if the other conditions are conducive. Another thing I'll submit, that if you take some exercise and in any PA, because I'm using the word PA. PA means protected areas. Protected areas in Maharashtra and elsewhere are such that no working has been done for the last 50 years, probably. It may be more. My one request with the present forest here, officers present here, that they can carry out one exercise. It will take 2 years. Lay a sample plot of 1 hectare, anywhere of the choice in there, and note down the enumerate 100, do 100% enumeration, and work out the growing stock per hectare, the volume, existing volume per hectare. Then again, after 1 year, and then after another year, after 2 years, go on the same plot, remeasure. And I'm sorry to say that the current annual increment would be 0.2, 0.3 cubic meters per hectare. However, if you are having a young crop, teak plantations, properly thinned, in 20, 30 years of age, it will give you 5 cubic meters per hectare per year current annual increment. And I wish to correlate current annual increment with the carbon sequestration, which is the need of the hour. Carbon sequestration is nothing but where the plants, our forest sequester the carbon, that is manifested in the form of timber, accrual of timber, annual accrual of timber, or rather the current annual increment. So a forest having high current annual increment indicates that the forests are more efficient in sequestering carbon. And a forest which is not putting up appreciable current annual increment means it is not sequestering carbon. It is not providing any environmental service. And moreover, because of the presence of large trees, big trees, they are not allowing to come up and allowing the new reproduction to come up. And if in any living society, if reproduction is stopped, then it is only a matter of time how fast it will finish off. Teak is a heavy light demander. It doesn't come in shade. What happens? We go for conservative filling. We don't fell many trees. We don't provide sufficient openings for the sunlight to strike the forest floor, so such that the light demanders come up well. What happens? Light demanders will not come. We have already felt certain, and over a period of time, reproduction will fail. Moreover, teak, rather not only teak, any light demander will not reproduce, and instead of that, some or many shade tolerant species, they will come up. They will replace teak. Total growing stock will be the same. Maximum capacity it will attain, say 100 cubic meters, even more. But they will be consist of only shade bearer trees, which are most of them are useless and can only be used as fuel. Teak and associates like iron, haldu, bija, etc. They are all light demanders. For their reproduction, it is essential that we open up the forest or work under clear felling system. Therefore, I said there is nothing like conservation. Moreover, one more concept I will tell, that what happens if we are interested in maximizing current annual increment, suppose, which is our objective also, because maximizing current annual increment of a forest per hectare means that we are maximizing its efficiency in sequestering carbon dioxide from atmosphere. Directly relationship. There is no doubt about it. Therefore, if we want to maximize current annual increment, in other words, maximize the carbon sequestration capacity of our forest, then we have to keep too dense a forest doesn't produce sufficient current annual increment, or too thin a forest will also not do it. There is a range of growing stock for given composition and given fertility of the site, on which the current annual increment is maximum. We have to manage our forest with the growing stock, volume of growing stock per hectare at that level. And only then we can maximize the current annual increment and, of course, in other words, sequestration of carbon. So we have got to, if we are that too, when the once we have we are managing our forest at a certain level, GS with certain level, then whatever trees we will have in that forest, they will only put up increment on themselves. Our objective should be that that growing stock in the forest, which optimum we are saying, that growing stock must be consist of what? Good individuals of desired species. Desired species means our species is teak, and it can be associated with other its important species like an, bija, haldu. Haldu. I feel that everybody understands what is haldu, bija, and Terminia tomentosa, Adina cardifolia, etc. etc. So that is our main objective. So the composition, we have to maintain proper composition and a proper volume. Thus, we find there is not, if we want really efficiently, if we want to manage our forest efficiently, then one thing is certain, that nothing is conservative and nothing is production forestry. Forestry is one which is correct forestry. Moreover, now for this, what is important, that for a given forest, we have to first decide our priorities as to what shall be our principal species. If we have decided it to be teak, then entire system will have to be, entire forest has to be managed keeping focus on teak and its silviculture requirement. Therefore, depending upon various factors, the choice of silviculture system adopted, because silviculture system provides us a method to reproduce. How to reproduce with the principal species is a selection of proper silviculture system. Primarily, there are two: selection and clear felling. What is best, that we have to choose and work accordingly, keeping basic principles of teak reproduction and establishment in mind. एक बात और मैं कहना चाहता हूं, that these words, felling of trees, removals, regeneration fellings, we had forgotten. And once again, I congratulate Singh Saab, congratulate you for initiating such a discussion. At least it will start a thinking process among the younger generation and all of us, that how we can better manage our forest. Leaving a forest like a jungle is not a forest, and forest service is not created for this. Because that is very simple. Forest, there is no need of forest service if it is to be left as such, or policing is required. Policing can be done better by police or some people who can be trained. Our service is created for this silviculture and management. We must keep in mind. And we have utterly failed in the last 30, 40 years in this field. My seniors, they were really aware of this thing, and they knew how to manage our forest. But from my generation onwards, we have failed in realizing our main duty. And when I see many forests where reproduction is not there, a simple method of assessing a reproduction and health of the forest is one exercise that I told you: enumerate 1 hectare of sample plot, work out the record the girth of trees in various girth classes, 0 to 15, 15 to 20, 30, 20 to 0 to 15, 15 to 30, 30 to 45, 45 to 60, and in girth interval you classify them. You will find, and I can show you many results in of MP, which I have got a figure, but I'm not having time. Rather, I don't know how to share on in this webinar. And in the end, Mr. Singh can guide me. I will share with you. I can show the forest. What is the forest at present in the graphical form? Can we share it? Singh Sam?
पीपीटी है सर,
PPT है.
तो पीपीटी अलाउ कर दो. अलाउड है सर, आप शेयर कर पाएंगे? हम लोग सेकंड में कर लेंगे सर, बाद में
कर लेंगे.
हाँ, आपको फिर मैं बता दूंगा शेयरिंग का. तो
नहीं, बहुत अच्छी बात है, बाद में करेंगे. और उसके अंदर मैं बता दूं आपको, मजा आ जाएगा उसको देख करके.
ठीक है.
रियली एंजॉय सीइंग, और उसका इंटरप्रिटेशन, और जो मैंने कहा है, इट कैन बी डन बाय एनीबॉडी. It can be done by anybody, any of the officers here.
स्टेट से सुन लेंगे सर, उसके बाद में हम लोग आपसे फिर से सुनेंगे. We will have discussion for 2 days सर.
हाँ, जरूर. अब मुझे मौका दीजिएगा, मैं आपको बतलाऊंगा उसके अंदर
एकदम सर.
और मैं गारंटी देता हूं कि कोई भी 1 मिनट बोर नहीं होगा हमारे प्रेजेंटेशन.
ठीक सर.
और आपको ऐसी चीज दिखाऊंगा जो ओरिजिनल है, you will not find anywhere in any book. That is also that also I want to tell.
Sir, right, sir.
So,
thank you very much, sir, for highlighting the need of active manipulation.
One more thing I'll say. One more thing before closing. One more thing I'll submit. People talk of substituting teak with steel or aluminum or something else. Their argument is that it will save trees from being cut. In fact, cutting up a tree by a forest officer is a necessity. As I said, it is not luxury. Trees must be cut, because unless and until you cut a tree, mature tree, old tree, new reproductions will not come. That is a must for new generations to come up. If that doesn't take place, there will be no space for new generation to come up. Therefore, if we say that we want to replace by cutting a tree, substitute timber, wood by steel or rubber, my point is, what happens when steel is made in Bhilai steel plant? What happens? It releases a lot of heat and releases a lot of greenhouse gases. It increases pollution. We use ore, increase pollution, additional pollution in production of steel, and then we use it. While what happens with timber, that it locks the carbon of the atmosphere, absorbs the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, locks the carbon in the form of timber. Suppose teak, 100 years, till 100 years, it will keep that carbon locked in it, which was originally released by use of fossil fuels. Now that carbon we want to lock again, and it can be locked in the species like teak. For 100 years it remain locked, and then after felling, if it is used as timber, industrial timber, furniture, or anything, for anything, the carbon shall remain locked for 300, 400, 500 years.
Yeah, that is why wood is good, sir.
Wood is good, wood is best, and use of wood must be encouraged. Yes. Not only teak, and other species also, which we have, non-teak species, they should also be treated properly to increase its life, so that the carbon remains locked in it for more period of time. And beauty is this: our forefathers did it. We had some timber preservation units in which the non-teak timber used to be treated to increase its life. I think my forefathers, they were very, very visionary people. They did it, but they did not know the term carbon sequestration. That is the point. They use the word increase production, increase current annual increment. So they use our current annual increment. We are in the modern days using the word, particularly myself, in place of carbon CAI, I'm using the word carbon sequestration and preserving the carbon in the wood for a long period of time. Another thing which is very, very important and which we can discuss separately, the organizing trainings. Because for the last so many years, I said 30, 40 years,
आजकल मीटिंग का चिट्ठी है होगा आजकल मीटिंग का चिट्ठी पूछ लो मिस्टर यार
Okay.
Should I?
हाँ सर, we will move to the next. सर हम लोग अब एक बार
ठीक है,
सर हम लोग
आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you all of you for listening to me patiently. And if there is any doubt or any question, kindly ask me. I'll be too happy to give it. Thank you, sir.
Sir, please be with us for the whole day. There will be some presentation. First will be by Chiranjeev Chaudhary, after the keynote presentation by Gurdev Singh. तो ये आपसे थोड़ा रुकिएगा सर, फिर उसके बाद चिरंजीव चौधरी आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे फिर.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. चिरंजीव चौधरी तो वही है ना भाई जो.
हाँ सर. Sir.
It's a wonderful thing you have done that you invited me. I can interact and meet my old friends.
बाद में विवास रंजन भी ज्वाइन करेंगे तो वो भी आपसे क्वेश्चन.
विवास को ज्वाइन करने को लगाओ उसको.
वो अभी सर पार्लियामेंट गए हुए हैं सर, आएंगे.
I was very happy to see his name.
हाँ. ये मालखेड़े भी है. अच्छा.
Thank you very much, sir, for highlighting the need for active manipulation of tree stand and growing stock in the forest to meet the silviculture requirement of the teak.
थोड़ा सा एक बीच में अगर किसी सर के साथ में किसी को इंटरेक्ट करना है, कुछ क्वेश्चन पूछना है, सर ने बोला है, सो आप अपने आप को अनम्यूट करके क्वेश्चन पूछ सकते हैं. हम लोग 2 मिनट सर के लिए उसके तब इन द मीन टाइम जो की नोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर गुरदेव सिंह है वो अपनी तैयारी करते हैं. आप अपना ये लगाइए पीपीटी. किसी को पूछना है तो पूछ सकते हैं.
Dr. MP Singh.
Yeah.
Can I have a question, Dr. Tasneem Saab?
Please.
जरूर.
तस्नीम साहब, आप तो भूल गए होंगे, आपसे मेरी मुलाकात हुई थी.
फोटो नहीं आ रही है आपकी.
हेलो.
फोटो नहीं लगा रहा है अपना. पांडे जी आप वीडियो ऑन कीजिए, सर को फोटो नहीं दिख रहा है आपका.
नहीं ठीक है.
ओके. मैं तस्नीम साहब को इसलिए याद करना चाह रहा हूँ, जस्ट हम लोग की मुलाकात सिद्धार्था होटल में हुई थी. And when we are attending first and last, of course, Indian Forestry Congress, which was held in Delhi.
Delhi में.
We both travel in the taxi while coming from Siddhartha Hotel to जहाँ पे यह सेमिनार चल रहा था, Indian Forest Congress चल रहा था. Exactly same thing you talked to me, and you were discussing that why we should stop working in the forest. Why not we should cut the mature tree and taken out so that young trees should be allowed, which has got more carbon sequestration, I think, capacity. And for such a long period, you have been advocating this thing, but why this concept has not gone in the mind of other forester? Why we have not been able to convince the government of India to allow cutting of the trees as per working plan in some of the forest area, which are in some of the trees which are already mature?
देखिए, कांग्रेस में भी मैंने कहा था ये बात। मैंने कांग्रेस में ये कहा था कि फॉरेस्ट, उन्होंने कहा था कि 68% दिल्ली में हमारे फॉरेस्ट अंडर फॉरेस्ट कवर है। तो मैंने कहा बड़ी खुशी की बात है, आपने 68% बना लिया, लेकिन इन 68% को आप हुमायूं स्टॉम्प पकड़ के समझ करके प्रिजर्व मत कीजिए, उसकी वर्किंग होते रहना चाहिए। निकालिए फिर लगाइए, निकालिए फिर लगाइए, ये प्रोसेस चलते रहना चाहिए। मैंने उनको सब दिखाया भी था, और दिलीप कुमार साहब थे उस वक्त मेरे ख्याल से डीजी, तो उन्होंने कहा था वी विल मूव द गवर्नमेंट and see that we can start the working, because I had given example that in Himachal Pradesh, even in Karnataka, I have learned that green filling is not permitted. I tell you, it is very painful to hear. Not permitted means what? Means you are bent upon destroying the forest. The main purpose for the forest service, creation of the forest service, has been defeated. If we are not expected to practice silviculture, there is no need. Point is, we have to convince the government of India, and with sufficient data. See, everybody is sitting in Delhi or anywhere. Nobody is against me or against anything, against forest also. Nobody. But it is something we are unable to convince the NGOs and those people from outside that felling of trees is an essential part of existence of forest, because only by felling of trees we can induce reproduction. और मैं इस बारे में अपनी तारीफ क्या करूंगा, लेकिन मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि मैंने इस मैसेज को गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया तक पहुंचाया, right from 2002 in the corporation, and till today the clear felling system is going on, being replaced with good quality teak planting stock, and anybody can come and see the results. Now it is 20 years old plantations, up to 20 years old plantations, and they are being regularly thinned in accordance with the principles of the yield table. And as a result, there is no either overstocking in those even aged forests nor understocking, and optimum current annual increment is we are receiving. We have shown to many people, and even government of, then again being encouraged from here, I was transferred to Amravati, the Melghat. You must have heard Melghat. Melghat is a beautiful tract of forest, I mean 2-3 lakh hectares of undulating forest, teak forest primarily, dry deciduous.
Thank you very much, Taslim Saab, for remembering our talk and then very nicely explaining that what should be done to conserve the forest in a better managed way. Thank you.
Now we will have presentation. Thank you, Pandeji.
Thank you
for the brief interaction. Now we'll have.
अपना issue केवल यही है कि we have to convince.
Sir,
we have to have good data and convince everybody. You can convince, I'm sure.
Sir.
I could convince.
Maybe at the end of 2 days webinar, we will be able to convince the government.
बिल्कुल.
Sir.
But we have to have data.
Sir.
आपने बोल दिया आपको मान लेगा, ऐसा नहीं है. आपको डाटा ले चल के दिखाना है कि देखो भाई, आप चाहते हो क्या रिप्रोडक्शन, तो देख लो क्या है, आज जंगल की क्या परिस्थिति है, इसको कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं, और यू टेल मी व्हाट टू डू. माय ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि बच्चे पैदा होते रहें, हर साल नए नए बच्चे आते रहें, बढ़ते रहें. आप कैसे पैदा करना आप बता दो, नहीं तो.
सर,
थैंक यू.
थैंक यू सर.
Yeah, now I would request Gurudev Singh Saab to make a presentation.
Thank you, sir. And first of all, I would like to thank the director, Dr. MP Singh, for giving me an opportunity to speak on Teak. And since I am very nearby in Mysore, when he asked, I thought, okay, I will come over here and interact and meet my old friends also. So this is the iteration of genetic resources of teak in India for higher productivity and increased farm income. So why teak? Teak because India has got the largest genetic diversity. The second thing is everybody in India, they want teak for their house construction, for furniture. Third one is our farmers are interested in teak. So we have largest genetic diversity and our farmers are interested in growing teak and we want teak for our houses, but we import teak. So it is something you have got such a gold mine with you, but you are getting something like a copper from outside. So that is why I thought we'll talk on teak one. Second thing is I am from the Institute of Forest Genetics and Tree Breeding, where we did a lot of work on tree improvement, particularly on exotic species like cashews and acacias. And always there used to be a comment that you are not working on indigenous species. So in the last 1 decade, we started working seriously on indigenous species. We did very good work on Ailanthus, Milia dubia, and also on teak. So the work which you have done on teak in IFGTB Coimbatore and some other experiences I'll be sharing with the forum here. So teak, my part is like this. One is in the colonial period, what happened to the teak and how they have handled. Like Shetapanavar said that the British knew the importance of teak because earlier they were using the oak trees for shipbuilding, which was taking about 300 years rotation age. Whereas here teak is about 80 to 100 years age, you can rotation age, you can use it for shipbuilding. So that's why they showed a lot of interest on growing of the teak. So that is why they created the first ever plantation, artificial plantation in the world in India. And also they have developed, there is a lot of literature in 1930s, lot of literature, volumes of information is available on teak. The second one is teak at global level. Now the teak has moved out of India. It is there in African continent, it is there in Central America, South America. In fact, we are importing teak from there. Now it is being grown in Australia, China, and more than 70 countries. It is being grown. And there's a lot of technological advancement and private initiatives. Private people are investing in teak plantations. When private people are investing in teak plantation, they are not interested in 60 years or 80 years of harvest age. They are interested in harvesting in 15 to 20 years. So it has been proved that it is possible that you can harvest teak plantation in 20 years, provided there are two things. One is you use the right type of genetic material. And second one is you follow proper silviculture practices. And that is the technological advancements we have made. And I feel that post-independence, we have not done enough justice for teak. This is my personal feeling. So like director said that we are importing a lot of teak. So teak worth about 4,000 crore rupees of timber every year we are importing from the countries where teak is not native, where teak has been introduced from India. So these are the different countries from more than 30, 40 countries we are importing. And India is the second largest next to China of importer of teak. So it is a very good timber species, all of you know that. And globally, there are about 5.82 million hectares of teak plantation. In India alone, it is about 1.5 million hectares. We are also going to see the data on how the teak plantations are growing outside India also. So you can see that teak is there in the India, Burma, and the part of Thailand, and Laos. And it is introduced in Indonesia about 300 years back. Now, if you see teak here in India, it is quite unique. You have got teak in Western Ghat, that is the wet teak. You have got teak in Central India, that is the dry teak. Then we have teak in the Eastern India. Now we say that, if you see that the literature, it says that there is a reports, teak germination varies from as low as 20% to 80%. If you see the higher germination percentage of teak, it is mostly from the Western Ghats. The lower germination percentage, 10 to 15, 20%, is from the Central India. That means the genotypes of Central India, they are entirely different. The unfortunate thing is we have not developed any system for growing the dry teak outside its range. Our farmers want to grow teak, but we have not tried this material in the farmer's field. So you can see that what is marked with the green, that is in India, Burma, and those things, that is the natural range. Subsequently, it has been planted. You can see the whole of tropical belt. It is being planted. And so this is Connolly's plot established in 1846. That is during the British regime, the first ever artificial plantation which has been raised. Still these trees are standing there. And likewise, we have got a Baudillon's plot. He is the person who has developed the first time the stump planting technique. Then there is a standing Kannimara teak, that is the largest living standing teak tree in the whole world. That's what they say. And we are also seeing that you can see that one old stump which has been removed. That is also as big as the Kannimara teak. So that way we say that this teak was removed for, one is shipbuilding, for railway sleepers, and for the building in the castles and palaces, the palaces of UK. If you want the best, you want to see the best teak, you will see the best teak in those palaces and castles of UK. Because they have taken. So I was telling that a lot of work they have done. So this is, if you see, that is Griffith's work, 1930s. So this is a lot of information. Teak plantation technique. Then there's note on relative strength of natural and plantation grown teak in Burma. Very good publications. A lot of information is available. If you see that, that itself will run into about 600 pages. Different people have written at that time. And you will also find a quite good information on the silviculture of Indian trees by True. Now I said we should use the right type of material, good genetic material. So it is something like in India, the Teak Tree Improvement Program started in 1970s. After the visit of J.T. Matthews, Dr. Kedarnath initiated in 1972-74 onwards. So that is about 250 plus trees of teak they have identified. About 5,000 hectares of seed production areas they identified. About 1,000 hectares of clonal seed orchards were established. And these were established, but what happened to these things? What happened to this seed orchard? What happened to these seed production areas? Whether the seeds are being collected is a big question. So are we utilizing these services, these resources? The answer is maybe leaving few states, we are not utilizing. We have got seed production areas. In Karnataka, we have got large seed production areas, large clonal seed orchards, but they are not being properly maintained. Maybe the state like Chandrapur and Kerala, they may be collecting some amount of seeds. So here, we say that we have to supply the quality seeds. Already the sources have been created. 1972-74, they created. And in 1978, they introduced a seed certification scheme. But when they introduced the 1978 seed certification scheme, to certify, what do you want to certify? You want to certify the good material. That time, the good material was not available because it was created only 72-74. In 4 years, we cannot have the seeds. Whereas now it is available. They are producing the seeds. But we have forgotten. Many forest departments, they do not know where these seed production areas, seed orchards are there. So as a result, the work which has been done with a lot of, spending a lot of money, time, effort, has gone into oblivion. So this is the teak plastis. You can see that that is the plastis number 7 in top slip. And that's in Tamil Nadu Forest Department, TNT 7. And how to select the trees, I am not going into those details because so many other things. This is one of the seed orchards of teak established by IFGDB in 1974. Earlier it was Forest Research Center. And we are maintaining it. We are collecting small quantity seeds. And there is seed orchard of teak in Karnataka. So we have seen in near Shivamogga and near Ponnampet. So you have got a seed orchard. Titimati, Majigela. About 20 hectares, one plot, another one is 40 hectares. 60-hectare plot of teak seed orchard with about 24 to 44 different clones which has been assembled. But many people do not know where is this orchard. So I am also teaching there in Ponnampet College of Forestry. I take students there and try to revive these seed orchards. So this is a seed orchard of teak at Sakrabai near Shivamogga. You cannot collect seeds because there is a lot of weed growth. So unless these things are maintained, it is very difficult to collect the seeds. So when you ask that, they say that from research, it has been handed over to territorial department. So unless it is handed over back to the research wing, it is difficult to maintain. Not only that, so when you are establishing the seed orchard, they created teak multiplication gardens. You can see here, this is one of the multiplication garden in Sakrabail area. You can see that these stalks were maintained at this height. Since they are not maintained subsequently, they have become trees. Otherwise, at this height, you maintain it, you produce a lot of shoots, you take those cuttings and root them or use it for grafting. So this is one of the seed production area which we have established under World Bank project in Kerala, Cherupula, 1972 plantation, converted into a seed production area. So this is another seed production area in Tamil Nadu, which we have established by thinning the inferior trees. And there is a special varieties of teak which is available, like Central Indian teak, I said. In Karnataka, we have got a variety which is known as Teli variety in North Kannada district. It is also their plantation is there in Shivamogga. Why they call it as Teli variety? Because it has got a very, very high oil content. The color of the wood is very dark. When you cut this wood, you have to change the blade for every log because it has got so much of oil. And you can see the form of the trees. Very good, very straight, and very good quality timber. So teak was there. I started as private initiatives in India. In 1984, this is the paper cuttings by Sterling Tree Magnum, Roots India, Sangui Plantation. At least about 12 companies, they started, floated teak bonds. That means you invest 1,000 rupees today, after 20 years, you are going to get about 60,000 rupees because you will get about 20 cubic feet of wood. 3,000 at the rate of 3,000 rupees per cubic feet. For 20 cubic feet, you will get about 60,000 rupees. This is the promise. So that time they were totally failure. Anubhav Tea Plantation, he is in jail. Because one is they were not knowing how to grow the teak. Second thing is it was a wrong material. Third one is it is in a wrong location. So that is why it was a failure. Whereas I will show you subsequently what is happening in Central America and Africa. They have become highly successful. So this is what they say that the amount about mobilized about 100 billion rupees to 200 billion rupees from 2.7 to 15 million investors. That is the type of money which is there in teak. So there's a lot of money in teak and sandal. These are the two crops. So they have got a lot of money. And what we have done in IFGTB Coimbatore was two strategies we follow. One is you go to the plantation where felling operation is going on, select the best trees. And when the felling operation is, otherwise they will not permit you to cut. So when the felling operation is going on, we used to go to the plantation, select the best trees, mark them. They fell the trees. Then after 6 months, they produce the copy shoots. We collect the copy shoots. And we use them for clonal propagation. That is one route we follow. The other route we followed was the second one, from the seed production areas where there are very good trees are there, you select the outstanding individuals, collect the seeds, then raise the seedlings, evaluate them, and take them for a clonal propagation. So these are the two strategies we followed in IFGTB. And for seeds, we collected from about 6 seed production areas, about 193 seed lots. So this is how we selected the trees and collected the seeds. I mean, selected trees and collected the seeds. So this is one of the source, collecting the seeds by climbing the individual trees, paying about 300 rupees per tree. So this is the seeds from a single tree collections. You can see that in the paper bags also the seeds are there. Then we raise them with the individual identities. Each tree identity, 197 trees, the identity was maintained. And we raised about 16,000 seedlings. So 16,000 seedlings we raised, and we use it for our trial purpose. And from this 16,000 seedlings, we selected about 64 outstanding seedlings. So from 64, finally about 45 seedlings we are taken for propagation. So this is how we selected the trees. So this is the propagation of those 45, the clones of teak. And teak is difficult to propagate. It will not respond for just by cutting, because number of plants or the cuttings you get very less. So there we have to intervene with a tissue culture. So we collected the buds from here and took them to the tissue culture lab, multiplied there in large scale. Again, we came back to the greenhouse for rooting purpose. Okay. So this is where we collected our buds. And these buds will go to the tissue culture lab. There it is multiplied, the shoot multiplication. Large scale shoot multiplication. From shoot multiplication, after multiplication, it will come back to the greenhouse for rooting. So we have done a rooting in the greenhouse conditions. So this way it has given a very good results. And this is the rooted cuttings ready for planting. So this is, you can see that 2018. Okay, plants, 2018 plants. You can see the form of the trees. So trees are growing very straight, very good growth. And this is about 2 years growth. And why I said it is the title says to increase the farm income, because teak is ideally also suited for agroforestry models, like set up on our side. So not only as this is both suited for plantation crop as well as for agroforestry model. It is suitable. Now, this we did due to the bund planting in the beginning. So subsequently, we went for the agroforestry models. Casuarina and teak. Between teak trees, 3 meter espacement between a casuarina, row to row, 3 meter, between trees, 2 meters. So you can see that alternatively, teak tree, casuarina plants. And why? Why did we go for this method or model? So we had seen in our earlier trials, when you grow it along with casuarina, the teak trees, they also grow straight. Whether the trees speak to each other, we don't know. but they grow very straight. So that's why we were very happy with this. So this is 2 years old. Today it is 3 years old. It is 2 years old. Teak trees with casuarina. The problem here is teak is a heavy light demand. We told farmer after 1 year, you have to cut the tree. He said, sir, casuarina is growing so well. This is near Salem. I don't want to cut. Let me get a little more girth so that I can give it to pepper mill. So this year, sir, he has cut this year, 3 years. Our teak trees growth is okay, but we wanted to cut in the first year itself. Since they were not able to do this model, we did, the model is there, but the farmer was not ready to cut. We are replicating this model in ಕೊಳ್ಳೇಗಾಲ. November, I have planted teak in 1 acre area in one private big farmer. So we are also planting casuarina, but the condition is casuarina has to be removed after 1 year. Because in 1 year, teak also will get that shape. So it is amazing growth, very good growth. Teak, like Shetamanava said, it is a fast-growing species. If you provide proper nutrients, it is really a fast-growing species. So this is an agroforestry model, teak with casuarina. This one I had not shown this photo earlier. This is the first time I am showing, because this is just now the plantation is 3 years. The photograph we had taken last year. This is in Chhattisgarh, near Raipur. Again, it is a 2-year-old growth. It is a block plantation. So all these things, good soil and drip irrigation. Now, you can see that it has put on about 12 inches girth, about 4 inches GBH. So this is the type of growth. Definitely in 20 years, you can harvest. You can get about 30 cubic feet of food, because you can see the clear bore height, minimum 30 feet. So you will get more than 1 cubic feet wood at this growth, and 30 feet, you will get 30 cubic feet. And 60,000 rupees, definitely you will get it. It's possible. So now there's after seeing this growth, there's a heavy demand from Chhattisgarh for IFGTB to supply the plants in lakhs. From Kerala Forest Department also they are asking. Since we are not able to do that much production, we have sourced it, the production of the plants, to the private companies. One is in Mysore Labland Biotech. There is one company in Bangalore, Google. So we have sourced them. They are doing a very good work. So by another 3 months time, they are about to supply 20,000 plants to IFGTB Bank. So this is the arrangement. So this is a one. So this is one private plantation of tea near Shimoga by a farmer, and you can see that there's a lot of variation. The earlier one you have seen is a uniform growth, but you can see here there are trees which are forked, there are trees which are thin. So that way, when you take a seed-raised material or plantation, there is bound to be variation. Whereas the clonal, you have seen earlier slides, it is fairly uniform. Of course, he had explained a lot of other difficulties, like getting the permission and those things. I am not going into those details. So like I mentioned that the teak is native to India. The diversity studies, the genetic diversities using the markers, the work has been carried out. A lot of work has been carried out. And they could see that, you can see that the teak, I do not know, it is not very clear, whereas my PowerPoint was clear, but here it is not very clear. So you can see that India dry interior, India moist, west coast, India, that is the semi-moist areas. You can see that these sites, they have got a lot of diversities. Okay, this is a molecular studies. So that means I made a statement. India is the diversity center for teak. So I was telling that there is a lot of private plantations which have come out outside India, particularly in Africa and Central America and Sabah in Malaysia and also in Indonesia. Now this is the publication. This is the work which they have done by the YSG Biotech. So status of the YSG Biotech program of building teak genetic resources in Sabah. Okay. And mass production and quality control of teak clones for tropical plantation. Again, it is by the same group. So a lot of work they have done in Sabah. And this clone, which they are propagating in Sabah, they call it as a super teak. And this teak has been supplied to Central America and South America. So they are the buyers. So you can see here that the DBH, the yellow one, what you can see is, it is the volume production of the clones. The other one, the gray color one, is for the volume of the seedlings. You can see more than 60 to 70% higher growth, higher DBH, and a higher volume by using the clonal material. And these are the clones from the Sabah. Clone number 713, 331 cubic meter per hectare, or 47 cubic meter per hectare per year. So this is the type of yield they are giving. And it's a very good yield. That means you can harvest teak trees at about less than 20 years. So this is an agroforestry model of teak. And we are also trying to do such things in India. We have started and try to work on this. And this is the survey. It is done by the Teak Resource, the FAO. And 2010, they did the survey, and the report was published in 2012. So all these countries, they are growing teak to supply teak timber to India. The target country is, again, India. And you can see I have taken it from their website. Okay. So it is known as Teak Resource Company. So it is a Brazilian company. And they say they are supplying the certified Teakwood, and you can see the extent of plantation. So monoculture, within monoculture, the worst type of monoculture is clonal plantation. At least monoculture means at least seed root, some diversity. Monoculture of clone is the worst. No diversity at all, but high productivity. So it is only about few clones they have planted. So Brazil company. Farm, there is another company. Okay. So this is Novel Teak, a company from, again, from Central America. And that is Miro company. One of our students who studied in IFGTB is working there in that company. It is a British company establishing a plantation in Sierra Leone, that is in the Western Africa. So two of our students are there working in the teak plantation in Africa. So they are producing a lot of teak wood that is coming to Indian market as African teak, Brazilian teak. So you can see this 1970, 1995, and 2000, 2010. So this is, sorry, I have not mentioned this. The numbers you have to add 1,000 hectares. So it is Africa today, it is 4,69,000 hectares. Okay. And you can see that 1990 1970, 1995, 2000 in Africa, how the plantations have increased, teak plantation. It is exclusively teak plantations. So it is increased from 70 to 2010. Then from 2010 to 2020, it has increased further. That data I don't have, but definitely it is double than 469. So this is thousands, 469,000, 4,16,000 hectares of plantations. And you can see likewise in the Central America also, it is more than 1,32,000 hectares of plantations. So director has also mentioned that roadmap for 47. So roughly I have given this. Teak is native to India, has large diversity. Our farmers are interested. It's a good species as agroforestry crop, and common man prefers teak. And there are large areas suitable for growing teak as a plantation crop. But we should be able to supply the good quality seedlings to our farmers. So there's a changing in scenario because of advancement which made in clonal technology, rotation age. Then there's a private companies which are started investing in this. It has become a global species. And how we can utilize the resources which has been created already here. So the seed production areas, like I said, immediately you monitor them, remove the weeds, apply some fertilizers, remove some inferior trees, start collecting seeds. So you will get at least about 10% more yield. The other route is select the best trees, collect the seeds, raise the seedlings, then select the best individuals, clone them. That's what we have done in IFGT. The other one is the seed orchards. We have got a good number of seed orchards. So these seed orchards, we have to monitor them, manage them, and we have to do a roguing of the trees which are inferior trees by getting the information from progeny trial, collect the seeds and use it for plantation program. From these seeds also you can select the clones. So a long-term breeding program is required, and the farmers should be able to get the good quality planting stock and the precision silviculture practices and right kind of material. We can bring down the rotation age to 18 to 20 years. So creation of consortia of research institutes, farmers, artisans, and wood-based industry, and we can export the finished products. So that way we can fulfill grow in India, make in India, and export it from India. So this is what just I wanted to share with you people about how we can make, bring back the glory of Teak.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I can see 1-2 question from Bansal sir. You had some query from Dr. Gurdev Singh. Bansal sir? Sir? No, but he can make his points. It was in the chat box. But sir can make his points himself. Sir? Sir, sir, मेरी बात? Bansal sir?
Now, actually,
Sir.
am I audible?
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. There are two things which I wanted to ask Dr. Gurdeep Singh. One is he has given very good information about tea growing under agroforestry models, but the examples he showed from India are only a couple of years, 2-3 years, maybe 4 years. How old are the oldest plantations, either clonal or otherwise, under agroforestry models in various parts of the country? Because what he showed the slides in Africa and all, the land tenure system is totally different there. So large scale plantations are possible. Here in India, that type of plantations we don't have land, and we have a different land tenure system. This is one aspect. Second aspect is every time we are talking that teak is being imported, but I am yet to try to find, I am trying to find out for several years now that where exactly this teak is being used. What is the supply chain of the imported teak, whether it is all going to furniture, whether it is all going to construction or which sectors is actually going. If there are any study, if any member who is participating can highlight, I will be grateful. Thank you.
Sir, with regard to the age of the trees in the agroforestry model, the bund plantation now it is 7 years old because we started doing selection, propagation and supplying, and they are about 7 years. So that is the maximum age of the clonal, the bund plantation supplied by IFGTB. Whereas the block plantations are about 4 years old. So that is the information. Regarding where this timber is going and these things, I request the director.
Yeah, actually, sir, the whatever the supply chain we have followed till now, it is mostly going as Naval KDI is also online. He will also share his view. It is mostly going to the sawmills for the household consumption. So, Naval KDI जी, आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? इस प्रश्न का जवाब अच्छी तरह से देना चाहेंगे?
जी सर, आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा है कि हाउस कंजप्शन में ही ज्यादा जाता है और फर्नीचर में ज्यादा जाता है. Whereas what we are exporting, that is not going teakwood. That is all acacia, शीशम और मैंगो. टीकवुड के फर्नीचर अभी एक्सपोर्ट हमारे कंट्री से बहुत कम हो रहे हैं. कुछ 8 पीसेस हों वो अलग बात है, वरना mostly it is being used in Indian households for furniture and doors and windows. Thank you, sir.
नहीं मोहम्मद साहब, हाँ सर बोला जाए.
सिंह साहब, एक क्वेरी मेरी भी थी, जब मुझे मौका देंगे तो मैं पूछूंगा.
नहीं, अभी पूछ लीजिए.
हाँ ठीक है. I just wanted to know the prices of imported teak coming into India, because we have an understanding that this teak is quite cheaper as compared to what we sell in India from our depots. For instance, in Madhya Pradesh, the average selling price of third A grade timber of teak in 2 to 3 length and 100 more than 100 to 150 centimeter girth is around more than 1 lakh rupees per cubic meter. So how cheap is that wood? If there is any information, please share with us.
केरिया जी बताएं आप.
Sir, it depends on quality and sometimes it is not only plantation teak coming. बहुत कुछ जो freight होता है, container freight, उस पर भी बहुत कुछ डिपेंड करता है, अप एंड डाउन होते रहते हैं. तो एग्जैक्ट पूरा बताना या कंपैरिजन करना इस वक्त बहुत मुश्किल है. मैं सर को कभी मिल करके उनको पूरी डिटेल दे सकता हूं. ये एंड आई विल ट्राई टू.
थैंक यू. ये देखिए, जो अभी जो इंपोर्टेड टीक है उसके चीप होने का कारण इट इज कमिंग फ्रॉम द प्लांटेशन and where the productivity is very high, and that is managed plantation, and they have been undertaking this plantation with eye on the export. And because of the import of teak from other countries, the teak prices in the domestic market, especially for the household construction, it has, or the household use, had really gone down, and it is manageable also. अदरवाइज हमारी जो टीक है, जो उसके हाई एंड की टीक है, वो हाई एंड में यूज होते हैं, वो शॉर्ट रोटेशन क्रॉप्स के टीक्स हैं, इसीलिए चीपर में मिलते हैं हम लोग को.
एब्सोल्युटली राइट सर, एब्सोल्युटली राइट.
ओके, थैंक यू. और बंसल साहब, सर
एक डॉक्टर एमपी सिंह, मेरा छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है. व्हाट इज द क्वालिटेटिव डिफरेंस बिटवीन द शॉर्ट रोटेशन क्रॉप्स व्हिच वी आर इंपोर्टिंग and the quality of the teak which we are locally producing? Because if there is so much price difference, why should Indian buyer be deprived of cheaper imports? If qualitatively there is no difference, why, if I have to construct a house or I have to make furniture, why I'll buy a teak of 1 lakh rupees per cubic meter when the imported is available maybe on 30,000-40,000 rupees per cubic meter?
Okay, sir. Dr. Sundaraj will
नहीं, मैं बोल रहा हूँ सर, उसमें डिप्राइव तो अभी हम कहीं भी नहीं हो रहे हैं सर. वी आर नॉट बीइंग डिप्राइव्ड. Everybody is allowed to import, and that is why it is coming. As it is cheaper, that is why only it is coming, and nobody is depriving. Government of India is allowed to import as a and where it is available, and that is the reason it is coming far away from Latin America and from African countries. We must thank our traders who are locating the places and trying to import it and covering it. Otherwise तो हमारा country के अंदर हमें देखने को भी नहीं मिलता. If it would not have been coming, सोने से भी ज्यादा महंगा होता सर. Thank you.
Any comment on quality?
क्वालिटी का भी है सर डिफरेंस. वो तो ट्रेडर की आंख तुरंत बता देती है कौन सी क्या लकड़ी है.
Good morning to all. I am Dr. Sundaraj from Idol Estate. Actually, sir, our Gurudarsans are correctly told that teak is a king of timber because it ruled the timber trade. Because of its social acceptability is highest among all the timber species. Because of its only one characteristic, it is durable, highly durable. It can be used without any treatment. Now, what is the difference between the quality of the timber in the plantation as well as in the natural forest? One thing I can tell, sir, its quality, durability is compromised in less aged timber as well as the plantation timber. I can say one thing. When we studied the durability of imported timber, we evaluated about 10 teak imported timbers from around 7 countries, and that time we got taken care that the wood logs from logs of more than 2 feet diameter were used for taking the wood sample for durability study. So we could see the timber is durable and it falls under the class 1 timber as per our Bureau of Indian standard. But a recent publication from our FRI Dehradun indicate that the timber goes to class 2 timber. That means that is a plantation timber. That means its original characteristics of durability is compromised in plantation as well as less aged timber. Thank you, sir.
सर सिंह साहब मैं भी कुछ बोलना चाहता हूँ. 2 मिनट. मेरा कहना यह है, आपने अपनी भाषा में समझाया है सुंदर राजन ने. मैं ये बताता हूँ, हमारे कलकत्ता में या कहीं पर भी अभी भी 200 वर्ष पुराने जो टीक है उसकी रीवैल्यू मिलती है. वो कटने के लिए वापस आता है, उसकी रीवैल्यू हमें पैसा मिलता है. लेकिन अभी जो सुंदर राजन जी ने बिल्कुल सही कहा है कि समाज के अंदर में ये हो गया कि मेरे जीवन में ये चलेगा, ये टीकवुड मेरे जीवन भर, ये बिल्डिंग कहीं नहीं जाने वाली है, ये पूरा चलेगा. इसलिए वो दे आर कंप्रोमाइजिंग विद सेकंड क्वालिटी. दैट इज ऑल. फॉर दैट रीजन ओनली दे आर कंप्रोमाइजिंग.
या पांडे जी स्मॉल छोटे में बताइएगा.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर सिंह. I think Sundar Rajan ने जो बोला, durability is one of the very important point because teak is considered, especially hardwood of teak, not the sapwood. And secondly, that if you see the woodworking operation, it's very easy actually on this wood. You can get a very good finish, and in comparison to other wood, that is also one of the plus point. And then see, teak price actually, if you see in India, because we in Century, lot of teak is imported actually. Earlier it was getting imported, and now we have started buying from Madhya Pradesh also. And most of this teak is used for decorative face veneer. So that is another very important use for teak. And teak is actually known for its golden yellow color and hardwood. So if that quality is there in any log, probably it fetches more money than what is imported teak and other things we are getting. And one thing definitely I can say that our Indian teak are much superior than the imported. Many of the imported teak has been found non-durable also. So these are some of my views that I wanted to just add.
Okay, thank you, thank you. शुक्ला जी आपको कुछ बोलना है क्वालिटी पर?
Yes, sir. Myself, Asad Shukla, working scientist in IWST. We have studied the teak, which is grown in 3 different types of agroforestry systems, like bund plantation, unmanaged block plantation, and intensively managed block plantations. And we have compared it with the naturally grown forest teak. So as Dr. Sundaras rightly told, the amount of extractives which are present in 25-year-old plantation teak agroforestry models are much less compared to the old growth teak, and that is affecting the overall durability of the and as far as the strength properties are also concerned, we are getting around 70 to 80% of the strength properties compared to the natural forest grown teak. So both are compromised as far as plantation teak is concerned.
Thank you for your answer. Okay, now we okay.
I would like to thank Dr. Gurudev Singh ji for making wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. Now I would request Chiranjeev Chaudhary sir to make a presentation.
Thank you and आवाज सुनाई पड़ रही है? Can somebody from IWST respond? Okay. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, and now almost going to be afternoon. So good afternoon to all the senior forest officers, scientists and other stakeholders. और सबसे ज़्यादा खुशी आज तस्नीम अहमद साहब से मिलने के बाद करीब 33 साल के बाद आज मैं उनको देख रहा हूँ वर्चुअल माध्यम के तहत, लेकिन तस्नीम अहमद साहब सर में अभी तक कोई बदलाव नहीं दिख रहा है, जैसे पहले तभी वैसे ही है. तो सर थैंक यू फॉर बीइंग पार्ट ऑफ दिस डिलिब्रेशन सर, एंड प्लेजर टू सी यू वंस अगेन आफ्टर 33 years. Hopefully you will be remembering us. You may not have forgotten us. Now I have just about 5-6 slides. I'll share those slides. So this is augmenting teak timber. See, it would be naive on my part to talk about the technical aspects of teak timber as well as the the qualitative part of the teak timber with senior forest officers, scientists, those who have got several years of experience. So therefore, I'll not be focusing, and the time is also limited, only 20 minutes. So I'll not be talking much about on those aspects anyway. Since today morning, I have been hearing a lot of technical inputs have been shared by many of the experts on teak. Now, this is just as many of the speakers have already said. So I'll be just coming to the third point. That is, and this again was pointed out by some of the speakers, the uniqueness or the regional variations in the teak, the timber which is being grown in the different regions of this country. And through scanning of literature, I could see that Western Ghat teak, because of high rainfall, is most suitable for structural requirements, whereas Central Indian teak is noted for color, texture, grain, and it is ideal for furniture and aesthetic purpose. And teak from Godavari Valley, from where I come, that is Andhra Pradesh and Telangana and Maharashtra, known for furniture and cabinet making for ornamental figuring. So anyway, and another one thing which I feel we need to introspect, which maybe again Tasneem Ahmed Sahab had pointed out, and that is something which is very critical. If you go through the policy, now if you look at the forest policy of 1988, it says that the forest-based industries should maintain close linkage and they should establish relationship with the producers and growers of raw material. And we have some successful examples of ITC Bhadrachalam, Vimco, Balarpur industry. And then followed by that, India was the first country in the world to have a national agroforestry policy, which was released in February 2014, and with the slogan that Har Made Per Page, that is basically the bund plantation. And it has got a detailed policy issues for implementation of agroforestry, not only teak, but all other the timber species and other valuable species as part of agroforestry to augment the income of the farmers. So, but despite all these things, if we look at, and we are talking about, and as Dr. MP Singh had said in the beginning, the almost huge quantity of timber is being imported from outside. We were talking about the instructions from the government of India and the policy decisions. So one thing is, after that Supreme Court order in the Godavarman case, maybe many of us have given up. There is no proper interpretation, legal interpretation, and subsequent policy guidelines on how to go about it. Number one. Number two, because of the pressures from the social activists, NGOs, civil society members, maybe could be international pressures, the whole focus has shifted only to protection, conservation. And again, I would not like to dwell on it because Tasneem Ahmad Sahab was talking about it, that forest officers are for scientific, silvicultural management of the forest. We cannot leave the forest merely like a jungle without doing any work. Third thing is, even the latest FSI report on the status of the forest in the country. See, we have a huge, more than almost 80% of the area which fall under the category of degraded category, that is open forest, where the canopy density is less than 40%. Now, definitely, there are today technology as well as the policy guidelines through which we can strike a balance between the biodiversity conservation, between the needs of the ecological services, as well as the requirement of the society. So therefore, I feel a serious introspection is required by all the stakeholders on this particular issue, that why have we landed in such kind of serious situation, and then a beginning has been made by organizing this kind of webinar. So I'm sure at least some thinking would be initiated. Now, Dr. Gurdev Singh was talking about some of the private industries in other countries who are doing reasonably well, if we have understood him correctly. And we also talked about the teak bond, which was launched in India in the early 80s, but many of them have failed. So why is it, if it is so easy to do it, why is it that other business sectors in the country you look at, you see software industries, it has developed even without support of the government. I come from Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh, we are the largest producers of marine aquaculture, and we export almost 40% of the national requirement. And there again, the involvement of the government is very less. So maybe some kind of policy contour has to be given through which we facilitate. Now, we have two sectors. One is growing timber in the existing forest area, and second part is as part of the agroforestry to augment the farmer's income, where, as Bansal Sahab was talking about, we have an issue of land holding. If you look at the landholding pattern of this country, 85% of the farmers are small and marginal farmers where the land holding is less than 1 hectare. If we look at the fragmentation of land and the decreasing land holding, from 1970 onwards till 2020, now it has come to almost 1 hectare. It used to be almost 2.5 hectare. Now it has reduced to, that is, land holding of a family had come down to 1 hectare. So therefore, there are issues related to agroforestry. We have also launched a scheme, submission on agroforestry, as part of that national agroforestry policy way back in 2014. We have a scheme from National Medicinal Plantation Board. We have a mission on bamboo, which is almost 15 years old. But many of these missions, the desired output which we expected has not yet reached. So the whole, the idea of bringing out these issues is a serious introspection is required, that why we have not been able to achieve, despite some of these policy issues which have been in place, but it has not been accepted. Regarding coming to the forest sector, as I said, a lot of senior foresters are there, a lot of scientific communities there, other stakeholders are there, Government of India officials are there. I'm sure we need to look into that aspect, that how do we circumvent. There is no, because whatever working plan we prepare, like in Andhra Pradesh, we propose for thinning of teak plantations. and it has been approved, and we have been doing thinning on tea plantations. So therefore, I don't think there is any such legal hurdle that if we propose certain operations as part of the working plan, other than the social pressure and the pressure from the other stakeholders that could be there, which can be again taken care of with high quality empirical evidence in support of our the policy recommendations. Now, you see, so therefore I'll be focusing more on that how to augment, and again my focus is on the agroforestry, because even today almost 64% of the requirement comes from the tree outside forest, not from the forest, because of various reasons which again I would not like to dwell on. Lack of improved planting stock, which Dr. Gurdev Singh was talking about. Although we have been talking about encouraging the agroforestry, but then where are the good planting stock available? Where is the information available? Where is the access to the farmers? It's very difficult to get. Having worked in the agriculture sector for 6 years and interacted with the farmers, I'm telling you the grassroots reality. Lack of data on tea growers and plantations. We should have some kind of the national database which industries can access. And therefore, there's some kind of linkage which the 1988 policy talks about between the industries, the forest-based industries, as well as the growers and the producers of these raw material. So if we can match these two things, we have got the FICCI, the CII, and so many other the business institutions. Similarly, for forest-based industries also, it could be linked as part of that, and maybe it becomes easy to access the database. Now, performance of tea plantations of shorter duration, which has been talked about at length, we need to have clear-cut empirical evidence. Now we talk about 25 years of rotation. So what is the performance of these timber grown for short duration? Credit facility to the growers. This is the biggest challenge. Non-availability. So the agriculture sector, there is a priority sector lending where 40% of the credit, and it is being reviewed. So if we are able to ensure, and this has been one of the biggest challenge for the farmers, because these are all long gestation crops, the farmers cannot immediately get the benefits, and they need to have continuous flow of credit because the cost of production is going to be high. Then production practices for growing and managing teak in different ecological zones and agroclimatic conditions. Even if ICFRE and the Institute of Tree Breeding Coimbatore or other institutions have done it, or universities have done it, is it accessible to the farmers? Is it there in the public domain? Is it available to those who are interested to access it? So therefore, we need to have production. And when I talk about production practices, it is not only the site quality identification, the nature of soil, it is the fertigation schedule, the irrigation schedule, the disease and pest management, and so many other things which are related to production of any other crop. Look at horticulture. If you look at horticulture growth in the last 10 years, it has overtaken agriculture. Now the horticulture productivity at the national level is much higher than the agriculture production. At the same time, the GVA, the gross value added from horticulture, again is much higher from the agriculture. So farmers will prefer to grow any crop, whether it is horticulture, agriculture, forestry, if they find that it is remunerative, if they find that this substitute is better than what they are doing today. So we need to focus on these things, and maybe more number of training programs, capacity building, the institutions can start working on it. The legal issues with regard to harvesting and transport, this is a much, much bigger challenge. We have seen as forest officers in the field how difficult it is for an ordinary farmer to get the felling permission and the transit permit. So we need to seriously look into these issues. Lack of farmer-friendly agri-silviculture model, agri-silviculture horticulture model, that is intercropping. We have to have different layers. Now when we talk about the climate change, one of the climate change mitigation measures recommended is multi-layer cropping pattern. As part of that multi-layer cropping pattern, can we recommend teak and several forest-based species together with other middle layer and the ground layer cropping pattern, which gives continuous flow of income to the farmers? Look at oil palm. Today, you see, the Andhra Pradesh oil palm was introduced somewhere in 1993, and we are today the largest producer of oil palm in the country. almost 1.75 lakh hectares. And the farmers are getting huge income. And because the farmers are getting huge income and the technology, production technology related to the management of the crop is accessible to them, so therefore they are picking it up. Now, way forward, as I said, national database of tea growers as well as the plantations. R&D requires huge support. We have huge setup of research institutions in the private as well as in the government sector, and we need to motivate them to take up. And these findings and the outcomes of the R&D should be made accessible to the users. Unless these are disseminated, that is lab to field, many of the findings and the research outputs remain only within the lab or in the publications and research papers, which the common user, they don't access it. So therefore, and this is age-old practice, if we need to ensure that the society gets benefited, the stakeholders who are required to use this output, we need to have a proper mechanism to disseminate such information and such findings. Strengthening of institutional arrangements to supply quality and source identified planting stock, which was one of the constraints, and this also is a way forward that unless we ensure it. Now, look at, I'll again quote another example. If you come to Andhra Pradesh has got the biggest nursery cluster in India, that is the Kadiyam nursery. Their business is in thousands of crores. They export globally, world over. So, you see, and a lot of inputs have gone into it. So therefore, similar kind of thinking needs to come into this sector if we talk about augmenting the supply and stopping the drain of the foreign exchange for import of timber and making it available to our own people domestically. Easy access to credit, which again I talked about. Production practices for different ecological region and agroclimatic zone. This I think the slide has got stuck. Anyway, I think slide has got stuck. So these are some of the relevant issues. Unless we work on this, involve all the stakeholders, come out with policy guidelines which are entrepreneur friendly, where the private sector, the farmers, the other stakeholders who are interested, and ultimately, as I said, besides the forestry sector where we have got a huge potential, where again the government of India and state government will have to work together to come out with a proper model. This is, I think, my last slide, the appropriate commercial agri-silviculture, horticulture model, publicity and dissemination of knowledge and technical information, common grading system and quality certification. Now, this is another major challenge which all of us, I think earlier also some of the speakers have talked about, that how do we grade? Because marketing linkage again is when we talk about taking the timber production outside the forestry sector to the public domain, the quality grading system, the quality certification, the market linkage becomes huge challenge. We know that how the middlemen operate and how the farmers are deprived of the income. So therefore, this is one aspect where I'm sure the IT TO is working and they must have come out with some kind of thing, but we need to disseminate them. Marketing linkage is extremely important, and maybe today with the advancement of the IT technology, we should be able to make it accessible through even mobile to the farmers. Review of the policy, legal and procedure issue for entrepreneur-friendly teakwood farming. Although we have some policies which are in place, but despite that, the objectives have not been fulfilled. Therefore, we need to revisit and review these policies and see that how we can ensure that whatever objectives we desire, it is taken to the people. And the last point is the part of the degraded forest area, which again Tasneem Mahotsav was talking about. When we have such a huge area, which are categorized as open forest, which are degraded, where nothing much is happening, Maybe the reasons are many, and one of the constraints is also the lack of the budget or the funding. If you look at again the funding of the various state forest departments and even at the government of India, there has been decreasing trend in the funding of the various. So we need to again explore the possibility of funding, and maybe if we start production in our own forest area, that could also help us in augmenting the funding of the concerned department besides generating revenue for the government. So this is all from my side, which I wanted to share with all of you. And anyway, I am available if any discussion is required. I'll be happy to be part of the discussion. And I once again thank Dr. MP Singh and IWST for giving me this opportunity. With regard to Andhra Pradesh, we have almost about 35,000 hectares currently under tea plantations. And maybe the expected volume which we can harvest in the next 5 years is almost about 70,000 cubic meters. But in recent year, there has been decreasing trend, huge reduction in the area taken up for the teak plantation. So thank you.
Thank you, Chiranjeev Chaudhary. Thank you for giving the perspective from the Andhra Pradesh. We would have loved to have some more clarity from the contribution from the forest, Andhra forest, teak forest in Andhra, conditions of teak forest in Andhra. Maybe you can add up in your write-up when you submit. I request you to submit 4 or 5 page write-up. Then you add the forest perspective also in your write-up. That will be great for sharing with others.
Yeah, sure. I'll share the Andhra database, but deliberately I avoided because, as I said, no, sitting with such large number of forest officers, I thought that it is not wise on my part to talk about the core forestry issue with this group.
No,
but anyway, I'll be sharing the database.
Tasneem Ahmad sir is here to understand the contribution of teak forest from Andhra. So that you have avoided. So maybe we will, or you can add up tomorrow also. But otherwise, he will not be able to give any comments. Sir, क्या सर आपका क्या करना है इस पर? ये ऐसा ही सब प्रश्न का आंसर इस तरह से दिया है कि आप प्रश्न ही ना कर सके उनको.
सर आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है, शायद म्यूट है.
असल में क्या ये सब आप लोग के जमाने की चीज है, हम तो बड़े आउटडेटेड हैं इस मामले में.
हाँ सर, इसीलिए ये दूसरा टॉपिक लेके आ गए ताकि आप जो है उसमें इंटरफेयर ना कर सके.
इन्होंने जो बात कही है वो सही है. और दूसरी चीज ये बेसिकली ये आउटसाइड फॉरेस्ट की बात कर रहे हैं. मेरा जो कंसंट्रेशन है आउटसाइड फॉरेस्ट का, वो मेरा जो है वो विद इन द गवर्नमेंट फॉरेस्ट की बात कर रहा हूँ. और उसके अंदर भी ये वैसे बता दें, टीक को रिजनरेट करना, फिर फर्दर उसको मेच्योरिटी तक टेंडिंग करना बहुत आसान काम नहीं है. दूसरी चीज एक और मुद्दा मुझे करना है, जो बात करते हैं लोग शॉर्ट रोटेशन की. देखिए, शॉर्ट रोटेशन में मेरा एक और मानना है कि अगर फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर एक इमेच्योर ट्री को, इमेच्योर से मेरा मतलब है बाई एज से मेरा मतलब है व्हेन इट्स एमएआई स्टार्ट्स कल्मिनेटिंग, उसके पहले यदि आपने कोई पेड़ को काटा तो समझ लीजिए कि आपने एक कमाऊ बच्चे को मार दिया. जब वो कमाना बंद कर दे, बूढ़ा हो जाए, फिर निकालने में कोई हरकत नहीं है, देयर इज नो प्रॉब्लम. जब वो कमा रहा है, उसीलिए तुमने पैदा किया था उसको, अब वो कमा रहा है, तो मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि ड्यूरिंग द ग्रेट पीरियड ऑफ ग्रोथ, ग्रैंड पीरियड ऑफ ग्रोथ, ट्री को काटना इज समथिंग बुचरिंग होगी. तो अब सवाल कहते हैं कि रोटेशन हो रहा है, 30 साल में मैच्योर हो रहा है, अगर 20 साल में मैच्योर हो रहा है, तो मैं नहीं मानता कि टीक कैसे भी आप लगाओगे तो वो 20 साल में मैच्योर होगा. मैं नहीं मानने को अभी फिलहाल तो नहीं. तो अनलेस एंड अनटिल वी कैरी आउट स्टेम एनालिसिस और स्टंप एनालिसिस एंड वी एग्जामिन इट, तब तक हम मैच्योर तो उसको मानने, मैं तो कम से कम नहीं मानूंगा जब तक अपनी आंख से नहीं देख. गुरदेव सिंह साहब ने एक मुद्दा रखा, उन्होंने कहा कि अभी उनके प्लांटेशन को 4 साल से 7 साल हुए हैं. देखिए, 4 साल से 7 साल के पीरियड इज टू स्मॉल ए पीरियड टू ड्रॉ एनी कंक्लूजन विद रिगार्ड टू टीक, जिसकी की मैच्योरिटी पीरियड चाहे कैसा भी हो, चाहे आप क्लोनल हो, चाहे आप उसको प्लस ट्री से उसका ओरिजिनेट किया हो, चाहे कहीं से भी किया हो, उसको 80 साल तो लगता ही है मैच्योर होने में, और रिजल्ट्स तो कंक्लूसिव रिजल्ट्स आप निकाल सकते हैं आफ्टर एटलीस्ट एज ऑफ 20 इयर्स। 5 साल 7 साल में इरिगेटेड प्लांटेशन बहुत लोग बात करते हैं, इनिशियल स्टेज में शूट करता है, लेकिन मेरा ये एक्सपीरियंस है कि इरिगेटेड प्लांटेशन आप लो और चाहे अनइरिगेटेड लो, रेनफेड, दोनों 20 साल में बराबर हो जाते हैं एज फार एज हाइट एंड द गर्थ इज कंसर्न, दोनों बिल्कुल बराबर चलते हैं। तो 20 साल के बाद अगर आप कंपेयर करें, और इसी तरह वुड क्वालिटी को भी अगर कंपेयर करना है तो सेम एज लीजिए, जो वाइल्ड में हो रहा है वो भी जंगल में हो रहा है, चाहे प्लांटेशन में हो रहे हैं, और जो एग्रो फॉरेस्ट्री में हो रहे हैं, या जो अपने प्लस ट्री से या क्लोनल्स किया है, तो उसको कम सेम एज एटलीस्ट बियॉन्ड 20 इयर्स होना चाहिए। तो मेरा ये मुद्दे थे, मैंने सोचा अपना ओपिनियन में रख दूं सर।
थैंक यू सर। अभी हाँ,
I would like to thank Chiranjeev Chaudhary sir for giving a perspective of teak in Andhra Pradesh and highlighting the constraints for augmenting teak in the country. Thank you very much, sir. Now I would request Deepak Sharma sir. Deepak Sharma sir is retired as PCCF and half from Karnataka Forest Department. Sir belongs to 1977 batch of Indian Forest Service. Previously, sir served in various capacities, both in Government of India as well as in Karnataka government. After retirement, sir has actively involved in writing books. Recently, has written a book on teak forests of Karnataka. So now I would request Deepak Sharma sir to address the participant. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, शिव कुमार।
उसके पहले मैं दीपक शर्मा जी को नमस्कार करता हूँ।
नमस्ते।
हमारे बैचमेट हैं और इट इज अ मैटर ऑफ ग्रेट प्लेजर टू सी हिम हियर। और वंस अगेन बार बार मैं आपका धन्यवाद करता हूँ सिंह साहब कि आपने मुझे इसमें बुलाया। सबसे चिरंजीव से मुलाकात हो गई, इनसे मुलाकात हो गई, अभिभाष तो खैर नहीं आया, ये मेरे लिए बहुत ही खुशी की बात। आज का दिन मेरे लिए बहुत अच्छा है, जब पुराने लोगों से सालों से नहीं मिले, समझ लो सालों से आज मुलाकात हुई है। आई एम सो ग्रेटफुल, थैंक यू सो मच।
दोनों एडीजी को बोला है सर, एसपी यादव एंड विभास रंजन जी को ज्वाइन करने के लिए, तो वो लोग अभी पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी में बिजी है, लेकिन ज्वाइन करेंगे आज से कल तक में ज्वाइन करेंगे।
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बहुत अच्छा लगेगा।
So thank you, Dr. MP Singh, Shiv Kumar, then Tasnim Bhai, and Mr. Bansal also was there in the panel. So thank you all of you. Now I have come to give a brief review of the forest of Karnataka in respect of teak plantations. I'll be brief because I have not made a presentation, but the typical problem that you are facing in the forest of Karnataka in terms of harvest of teak is important. As you know, teak is natural in the forest of Karnataka. We have two belts, one moist deciduous belt and one dry deciduous belt, both running side by side and from north to south. And we have excellent teak trees there. And what happened, extraction of teak started very early from the 1800s or even earlier. During, in fact, to quote an example, about 4 lakh trees were cut from the forest of North Canada during 1800. This has been given by Buchanan in his report. So you can imagine the type of extraction of teak that has been going on from the forest of Karnataka. Immediately after extraction again, plantation program also started. Initial programs were failures because they were planting in lateritic areas. And subsequently, the first successful plantation in Karnataka was started in 1855 in a place called Lakoli in Chikmagalur district. Now, since then, plantations have been raised, but then the tempo of planting increased from 1920 after the World War. And as of now, we have got 1,62,000 hectares of plantation in the state, out of which 1,20,000 are almost pure plantations. They were raised before 1983. Now, why I mentioned the date of 1983 is because Karnataka government took a policy decision in 1983 that they will not take up clear felling of any natural tree growth
for raising plantation. So that was a big shift in the policy, and that continues even now. Now Karnataka has adopted that policy, as a result of which no natural tree growth is cut in the forest for the purpose of raising plantation. So this decision actually indirectly affected the teak planting program of the state. Earlier, up to 1983, we had been taking up clear felling of areas, burning, and then raising teak plantations. They have been doing fairly well. Subsequently, we have taken up only gap planting or planting in degraded areas. And now, whatever planting is being done by the department in terms of teak is basically mixed plantation. They will take up teak in the open areas and the miscellaneous species in the closed areas. But the biggest problem that we are facing is that we have not been, or rather the department has not been able to do the thinning in the way it has been prescribed. Before that, I will also like to tell that out of these 1,62,000 hectares plantations, and out of these 1,22,000 pure plantations which were raised before 1983, about 40,000 hectares fall in the wildlife zone in the sanctuaries and national parks. So they are out of bounds as far as extraction is concerned, as far as thinning is concerned. But unfortunately, in the remaining 80,000 hectares of plantation that are with the territorial divisions, they have also not been thinned properly since the last 25-30 years, mainly because of the accepted policy of the government to go in for biodiversity conservation. Thinning has been very less, and even if thinning has been done, it has been done very conservatively. This has resulted in growth of lot of miscellaneous species in the teak plantations. In fact, out of the 80,000 hectares of plantation that we have in Karnataka in the territorial divisions, it has been estimated that about 55,000 hectares have the characteristics of a teak plantation. I do not say that they're pure now. They have a lot of miscellaneous, but then at least 55,000 can be identified as almost pure plantations. And the remaining 25,000 have almost merged with the natural forest. Because of not taking up thinning properly, the growth also has been affected. In fact, in the moist deciduous forest, which we call high forest, the rotation is 120 years, and the girth is 165 in moist forest, and 180 centimeter in the very moist forest. And in the dry deciduous forest, the rotation is 60 years to 80 years. So as far as dry deciduous forest is concerned, some plantations have been harvested in the recent years, but as far as moist deciduous forests are concerned, pure harvesting of plantations has not started. But only problem is because the thinning has not been done properly, the growth has been affected, so we do not know what will happen to the future of the plantations. Large-scale plantations started from 1920, so basically from sometime from 2030 onwards, we expect about 600 to 700 hectares of plantation or even 1,000 hectares of plantation will be due for harvest. Because we have not been doing the thinning in the right way, and because natural trees are also present, and as per our accepted policy, natural trees cannot be cut, thinning has become a very difficult exercise. So in the book which I have recently published, I have given certain proposal so that these plantations can be managed in such a way that we can bring them back to natural forests, because there has been a lot of clamor for biodiversity conservation. So our focus should be to transform these plantations gradually to natural forest. It has been found that in a natural teak forest also, the percentage of teak is only 10 to 20% in the moist deciduous forest, and it is about 30 to 40% in the dry deciduous forest. So our ultimate aim should be to transform these plantations over the rotation period to natural forest, where the percentage of teak will be retained or kept at a minimum of 40% in dry forest and 20% of moist forest. I have also suggested a new system of thinning, which has been already there in Champion's thinning process, which has not been used much. This particular thinning is called crown thinning. Crown thinning is actually used in mixed forest. But normally, it is not recommended for teak plantation, because in a teak plantation, our aim is to have ultimately only teak, the most of the dominant trees. But in crown thinning, we we remove some of the not very promising dominant trees, and some of the co-dominants also not very promising we remove, and we allow the dominated and the suppressed trees, maybe miscellaneous, to come up. So in the process, we get a better mixture of trees, we get a better forest where teak is conspicuous, teak is well distributed, but at the same time we have miscellaneous species also. But that the government has to change the policy with regard to felling of green trees, which is at present not there. So I have impressed upon the need to do the felling of certain miscellaneous trees and certain teak trees in such a way that we transform the whole forest into a natural forest. As far as planting is concerned, as you know, teak does very well in clear fell area, and that is why clear felling became very common. Clear felling became so popular that in Karnataka, clear felling was done not only to the teak plantation, teak forest areas, it was also done to the evergreen forest or non-teak bearing moist deciduous forest, which was a mistake because teak has not done very well in those areas. Miscellaneous species again come up very vigorously in those areas, and probably we should come back to the same ultimately. After the forest rotation, we must go on removing all the teak and allow them to grow naturally, because we have a lot of teak areas, and our aim should be to maintain the teak areas as teak forest and maintain the plantations by doing thinning in such a way that we come to a proportion of 40% of teak in dry deciduous forest and 20% of teak in moist deciduous forest. The biggest challenge was with respect to planting. Now that we are not doing clear felling, we had started pre-sprouted polybag seedlings planting in 1984 in one of the divisions called Halial division, where I used to be the DFO. We had started underplanting with polybag seedlings because we had found that in relatively degraded high forest, I mean, basically we had a lot of high forests having very big trees, but there are not many saplings or not many seedlings because of recurring fires. So it was found that in those areas, tea can be planted by choosing the open area, and it has been doing well. And since 84, underplanting has been going most of the forest areas of the teak growing area, and they have given fairly good result. Technically, teak has been coming up like a natural growth in those areas. Planting of teak is very essential because in a normal teak area, its regeneration is either nil or absent. So we have to definitely help teak to grow in its own home. It is unlike the other miscellaneous species like Termilla tomentosa or Legastoma lanceolata. Teak is not naturally regenerating in the natural forest in its own home. So we have to assist by planting, and the underplanting technology that we have introduced in 1984 and onwards, it has given fairly good result. Obviously, the growth will not be as much as in a pure teak plantation, but it is growing as it will do in a natural forest. So I think this is a very big development that has taken place. So ultimately, our policy will be to convert these plantations to natural forest within the rotation period, which is 120 years for the moist deciduous forest and 80 years for the dry deciduous forest, but there will be no clear felling in the final harvest. Final harvest will be only selection felling. When a tree attains the girth of 165 centimeter or 180 centimeter, it will be harvested. And if need be, we'll take up underplanting of teak with polybag seedlings in those areas also. What I have suggested is doable. It has been done. Only thing is that some policy change in respect of felling of miscellaneous trees, while thinning is to be taken up by the government. So I have introduced these points in my book, and all these things have been also circulated and also discussed with the forest officers. Hopefully, some changes will take place, because if those changes are not introduced, the future of this 162,000 hectares of teak plantation that we have in Karnataka, and that in the natural forest, most of them in the natural teak forest area, their future is very bleak. Because as of now, there is a policy paralysis in these plantations. So hence the urgency of doing something. So that is why I have suggested crown thinning, underplanting, and selection felling at the end. No clear felling once the plantation is due for harvest. So that is basically what I have tried to say. But I would like to also point out one thing about the teak forest. We should, because what is happening, present day, we foresters are losing focus on the forest. We are losing, I mean, some of the foresters take interest in wildlife, but as far as forest is concerned, we are losing interest in forest. I find our subordinate officers not knowing what is dry deciduous forest. They do not know the difference between dry deciduous and moist deciduous forest. We're losing focus on forest. So it is very important that we need to understand the composition of a moist deciduous forest, and the best way of knowing the composition of a moist deciduous forest is only through understanding a teak forest. Because teak forest has got 5 subtypes that is known to everybody. We have a moist teak. In the moist deciduous forest, we have got three subtypes: a very moist forest, a very moist teak forest, then moist teak forest, and dry and slightly moist teak forest. And in dry deciduous forest, we have got dry teak forest and very dry teak forest. So basically, we have got 5 types. And on both sides of these 5 types, we also have certain forests where teak is not dominant, but teak is present. So it is very important that we need to go back and study the teak forests, try to manage them as teak forests. And if you're raising plantations, ultimately we cannot afford to keep them a clear fell plantation of monoculture of teak. We have to come back, but come back in such a way that we have teak in a reasonably good number, which is ordained by nature, and we have all the miscellaneous species. That is how we will probably be converting all the plantations into natural forest, and we can manage them perpetually as a forest. At the same time, we can keep on drawing material. Also, as and when we have to basically, as I told, we have to basically do selection felling in all these forests and underplanting of pre-sprouted teak seedlings. That is basically what I want to tell. This thing, any questions, I'll be very happy.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for giving the perspective. So now session is open for observation and the response. Sir, Tasneem sir, आपका अपने बैचमेट से क्या कहना है सर? मैं सुनने के लिए आतुर हो रहा हूँ.
He's expert on.
Sir, I think you have muted, sir. You have to unmute, sir.
इन्होंने बहुत अच्छी बातें बताई. थिनिंग का जो बताया इन्होंने, उसको सुन के दिल खुश हो गया मेरा. और उसमें एक चीज और मैं ऐड करूंगा कि अगर उसको एनालिसिस किया जाए और उसका जो आज की एनजी कर बनाया जाए उसका, तो आप अपने मालिक को यानी गवर्नमेंट को दिखा सकते हैं कि कितना नुकसान किया हमने उस अपने मालिक का. फाइनेंशियल लॉस एक बात, मटेरियल हमने डिप्राइव किया सोसाइटी को मटेरियल से जो कि अदरवाइज मिल सकता था. एंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंटली जो मैं कहता हूं, लेबर आपने जो लोकल लोगों को, आदिवासी लोगों को वहां पे एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिलता था, वो आपने उनको डिप्राइव किया है. थिनिंग न करके हमने बहुत बड़ा सोशियो इकोनॉमिक क्राइम किया है, ये समझ लीजिए. और इसको अप्रिशिएट करने के लिए अगर आप वहां का इन्यूमरेशन करें, डेटा निकालें और उसको जस्ट एक यील्ड टेबल से, उस साइड क्वालिटी के यील्ड टेबल से कंपेयर करें, देखिए कितना लॉस हुआ है और क्या इस सूरत में डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होना चाहिए था और आज का क्या डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है, वो आप कंपेयर करिएगा. आपको ऐसा लगेगा कि हम नौकरी क्यों किए हमने. वी हैव बीन अ बर्डन ऑन द सोसाइटी एंड द गवर्नमेंट. ये जो हम लोग एक्सेप्ट ही नहीं करना है हमको गवर्नमेंट की इस तरह की बातें कि थिनिंग नहीं होगी या इस तरह की बातें कि फेलिंग नहीं होगी या नो ग्रीन फेलिंग. अरे बाबा, ये वी कैन नॉट एक्सेप्ट इट. ऐसे ही किसी डॉक्टर को बोलना ऑपरेशन करो बिना चाकू के करो, या किसी डॉक्टर को बोलना बिना स्टेथो के तुम इसका अच्छा कर दो इसको. ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है बिना ब्लड टेस्ट किए. तो जो उन्होंने बातें कही, बहुत शानदार बात कही, दिल खुश हो गया सुन के. लेकिन एक बात में मुझे डाउट है, इन्होंने टीक की अंडर प्लांटिंग की बात की. मेरा अपना एक्सपीरियंस महाराष्ट्र में, महाराष्ट्र फॉरेस्ट्री प्रोजेक्ट वर्ल्ड बैंक आया था, हम लोगों ने अंडर प्लांटिंग की फ्रॉम 1992 टू 97. और अंडर प्लांटिंग में सारे कुछ हियर एंड देयर कुछ है ठीक ठाक, लेकिन सब फेल हो गया और उसकी ग्रोथ पकड़ती नहीं, और जो भी पैसा खर्च किया हम लोगों ने उसके ऊपर, वो पूरा वेस्ट हो गया है. मेरा ये मानना है कि जब तक की कनोपी खोलेंगे नहीं आप, जब तक कि पूरी सनलाइट टीक को नहीं मिलेगी, तब तक वो ग्रो नहीं करेगा. मोर ओवर स्टॉक्ड अगर फॉरेस्ट है तो भी आप कुछ भी काजू किशमिश खिला दो प्लांट को, वो ग्रो नहीं करेगा अगर ओवर स्टॉक है। तो ओवर स्टॉकिंग घटानी पड़ेगी आपको, चाहे फिलिंग करके, चाहे सिलेक्शन रिमूवल करो, चाहे जैसे भी करो, उसको कम करिए। फिर आप अगर अंडर प्लांटिंग करोगे तभी वो सक्सेसफुल होगा, प्रोवाइडेड दैट सफिशिएंट ओपनिंग इज क्रिएटेड, नो कंजर्वेटिव मार्किंग। ये मेरा कहना था। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, Dustin. You are right. Actually, when we started the underplanting, there was a lot of apprehension with everybody. And as I told you, we had been selecting areas which are relative. We have got a lot of high forest in Dandeli and all these areas, which had been worked very heavily in the past, but they were not maintained well, and a lot of fire was there. So basically, and this particular type of forest has been described by a champion on stage, saying that these areas have very big trees, but they have no regeneration, no saplings, no poles. It is a very different situation. So we have chosen such compartments, and there are many compartments of that type. And as you know, it had a very long history of lantana growth, and more than lantana, eupatorium growth, and then fire. So we had an almost clean surface underground with very, very, very big trees. So we started this exercise by selecting those compartments. We used to remove the dead and fallen material, because as I told you, green felling was not there. Dead and fallen material were removed, and we had planted a mixed plantation. Teak was decidedly planted in the open areas. Miscellaneous local species like Terminalia, Legastromi, etc. were planted in the closed areas. We found, the result was mixed. Then the saving point was, the area after protection regenerated very well. Where bamboo was not there, bamboo also started appearing. But teak has done well in the relatively open areas. And that is why I am talking about the pre-sprouted bags, because the planting, the stump planting definitely requires open area, well-burnt area. That is very much required for a stump planting. But when you are doing a pre-sprouted teak seedling, a seedling that has been raised and maintained and hardened in the nursery for almost 1 year, if it gets a relatively open area, it comes up. We have umpteen plantations, and so much so this particular technique has been standardized. And although our plantation was, the first plantation was raised in 84 in North Canara Circle, this plantation technique has become very common. We have all the degraded areas, enclosed areas, everywhere. Obviously, if the area is much opener, teak does very well. If the area is relatively less, teak does not do well. But point is that ultimately, how did teak come in a natural forest? Obviously, teak was not a rigorous species in those areas. Teak managed to come within the miscellaneous trees. So we must give them a chance. Underplanting is basically to avoid the initial competition of weed and grass, which was very common. So by raising a plant which is already about, say, 1.5 feet tall in a big polythene bag, it has distinct advantage, and many of them have been able to come well. They have been doing well. In fact, I saw a plantation raised in 1974-76 when we started this exercise in Harlial division. So yes, I can tell that the growth of teak will not be as good as it will happen in a clear fell area. But at the same time, it is not something that can be dismissed or ignored if we are choosing the plant in an area which is decidedly opener than the closed forest. And definitely we are not taking up any closed forest. And we are now not recommending planting of any miscellaneous, because most of the miscellaneous do come on their own, but teak does not. So that is the difference. In the natural home of teak, if we do not plant teak this way, we are going to lose all the natural teak forest. So that is why there is an urgency of introducing teak and managing it in a selection mode only. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think, sir, Ajay Mishra, sir, wanted to ask some question. Over to Ajay Mishra, sir.
Oh, thank you, MP Singh, and good morning, sir, and all the audience, everyone here. Sir, I was just listening this thing. I just want to make some observation about this green felling ban what in 83 has come. Actually, most of the plantations in Karnataka were raised under the conversion to uniform system. And because of the population increase at that time, gradually the conversion to uniform system was not showing very good results. And we were sacrificing a lot of natural growth. The biodiversity conservation was gradually becoming important thing. So that is how this green felling ban has come. But operation of the working plans were very much there till the Godavarman case came, and then we did not prepare our working plan, and the working plans have come. the thinning part, what we are talking about, these have not been actually restricted. Once the working plans have been prepared, for some reason or other, we could not do it. Of course, in the protected areas, objective of managements are different. We did not take up the thinning. But in the other areas, either some of the areas where the natural growth has come up, thinning was not required, or in some places where we should have done it, we did not do it. That was really a thing, something which we should have taken care. Actually, when I prepared the plan of some of the areas, I prepared about 7 working plans of the different forest area, including the Hadial working plan, what the Sahab is telling about. What has happened actually in this area, what we have found in the thinning, see, thinning were prescribed as per the our the thinning regime. We have taken the site quality either 2/3 or 3 in most of the area, but degradation had taken place. Other natural growth has come up. In many places these have been done, and many places we could not do it for some reason or other actually. So we should have done that thinning. That is right thing. But another important thing, what I want to say regarding this green felling, the government has issued an order in 2007 saying that the production areas, leaving about the protection and the biodiversity conservation working circles, if the basal area is 20 square meter per hectare, more than that in the moist, in the 25 square meter per hectare in the drier part, we can take up the selection thinning or improvement thinnings in those areas actually. But then we found that having a forest with this much of the minimum basal area, we are not there, and then the composition, if we want to change this because of the teak thinning or some other thinning of the green nature, was not very appropriate. So that was the thing. It was not completely banned, but then it was not matching with the government direction in which the thinnings could have been taken up, or some other fellings which could have been taken up. Actually, we saw one of the speaker, Dr. Gurdev, was talking about teli variety of teak. This was one of the variety which was in the Hadial division, only the drier part which was grown actually. And this is the variety of teak which comes in the drier part, and not in the part which is getting the high rainfall. The high rainfall area, we have a teak which is very different, which is having about 120 years of rotation we have taken. But this teli variety, where we have actually good oil content, good density, good color. This was in the drier part, and the rotation was fixed around 60 to 90 years, with having about 1 meter of girth. So that was good actually. But this cannot be planted in the better rainfall area, where we have done some planting in the higher rainfall area of this thing, and then we found that it started drying up after some time. So some of these things were there. But overall, when we talk about the management of the teak plantation, what I feel that whatever is left, and where we have the pure teak plantations, we should carry out our teak thinnings. There is no restrictions about that. The working plan prescribes, we only have to carry it out. But we must keep in our mind the site quality has degraded further. And what the Sahab has said, that if the crown thinning concept is not kept in the mind, perhaps we will open up the forest floor and we will have more and more lantana. See, lantana in most of the forest area has come because of wrong implementation of the silvicultural system. There is a copies system, copies of the standard system, or about this thinning areas where the means these are teak areas where the teak regeneration has failed. So this is very important. We have to keep in our mind, in all cases, the canopy has to be closed. The moment it is opened, it goes beyond our hand, and managing the weeds, whether lantana or eupatorium or other weeds, will be very, very difficult. That we have to keep in our minds. Regarding this underplanting, what the areas, what we say regeneration areas, where the underplanting Saab was telling, actually these are the areas where we have done the thinnings, we improvement fellings, or selection can improvement fellings. These areas got opened, and in these areas, when we wanted to take up the regeneration, teak was given the primacy, and we set these small blocks as RAB areas, and there it was planted, and we found the results were very good actually. But the only thing is we did not continue with that, because the gap between 83 to about 2000 till we prepared the working plans with the new government policies after the Godavarman case, things became slightly different. But after that, once the plans have been prepared, approved, I think we can go about. But some of these things we must keep in our mind to ensure that teak plantations are managed well, and they should not result in the degradation of the forest in terms of the spreading of the weeds in these areas. So thank you very much, MP Singh.
Thank you, sir. Now I think CCF research, Ravi Shankar wanted to make some observations. Over to Ravi Shankar.
Thank you, Shivkumar and IWST for giving this opportunity. First thing is, sir, I have a question to Deepak Sharma, sir. Sir, in your book, that about the teak forest, so you have mentioned about the future of these forests, like teak forest inside the wildlife areas. Sir. How it would go, sir? My first question. Second thing. Second question is.
Can you repeat the question? I have not been able to get it.
So what would be the future of these teak forests inside the wildlife areas?
Yes.
Most of the areas, maybe the 50% of the teak forests of Karnataka is in wildlife areas, starting from Nagarhole up to Dandeli, beyond Dandeli also. That one question. The second thing, sir, the future of these agroforestry plantations means at present we don't have a full-fledged, foolproof data regarding the agroforestry plantations within the state. So, what would be the level, sir? How the farmers will take in future? I mean, suppose if I am recommending teak in teak-prone areas only, I'm not going to take outside the teak-prone areas. If I am recommending certain things, how the future would be, how the market would be.
Okay. Now, as far as the wildlife area is concerned, I told that about 45,000 hectares of plantations, good plantations. They were the best plantations. In fact, they were raised. Most of the earliest plantations have gone to wildlife. About 45,000 hectares have gone, and because of the judgment of the Supreme Court, I think 2000 judgment, we cannot do anything. Fortunately, what has happened, some of those plantations had been thinned earlier. As I told, they were the earliest plantations done, most of them done by the British. They had been thinned earlier to some extent. If not all the 6 or 7 thinnings, about 2, 3 or 4 thinnings had been done. So technically, miscellaneous species have come up. It is giving the look of a biodiversity rich natural forest, number one. And number two, in some places, lot of elephant damage is also there to these plantations, especially Bhadra. I remember a lot of teak poles are also damaged by even in Shimoga. Shimoga now it is less, but in Bhadra is more. So as and when the teak poles have been damaged, so other miscellaneous have been coming. So although I would like that thinning should have been done there also, but then point is that our thinning progress is relatively poor in the regular territorial areas itself. So the question of wildlife area, we have not thought about it. If we take up a regular thinning program in the territorial area, that itself will be a very big achievement for the department, because 80,000 hectares is a very good extent. And if we can manage them, they can definitely be, they will really be very productive. We have to only take some step for doing it. Now, as far as agroforestry is concerned, we have not given any time limit. People also make their own choices, but as I was listening to the program earlier, normally what I find that 25 years is a fairly attractive age for a farmer. And I have also mentioned in my book that obviously we cannot give the age of 120 years that we get in the forest in an agricultural field. We must definitely go in for a reasonable period. I feel 25 in 15 years, although the growth is quite good, maybe 1 foot diameter, diameter, but the sapwood is very high. The biggest problem is at a young age, although the teak tree may look very nice, the sapwood is very high. It is almost like, 30 centimeters on both sides. So whereas if it comes to 25 years, the sapwood content comes down to about 20%, 80% hardwood is there. So my suggestion is that they can fell some of the better looking trees or some of the smaller looking trees, and they can make a choice and then retain some of the trees for 35 years. I do not think a farmer will like to retain any tree more than 35 years, when he is planting it for certain immediate benefit. Now, as far as Karnataka is concerned, I would like to tell Ravi Shankar is that in Karnataka, there is nothing like an area where teak is not grown, because I have, in my book, I have mentioned that we have got various old documents and found that teak was naturally present in 27 districts out of 30. 3 districts we have not been able to find the existence of teak in the past. One is Bijapur district and one is Bagalkot district. They were one district in the past. And in Udupi district, Udupi district is basically a district of moist deciduous forest, very moist deciduous forest and semi-evergreen forest, and teak is not known to have existed. Although in Mangalore district, adjoining Mangalore district in Upinangadi Taluk and Kasaragod Taluk had some natural teak. So teak, Karnataka, every place is good enough for teak, and that is the safest thing for an agriculturist to plant. He need not wait, he need not worry about the agroclimatic conditions so long as he's growing teak. And then the growth of teak in forest is, in a plantation is much better than in a forest. For example, although we have teak in the dry deciduous and the scrub forest of Karnataka, the soil is not very good, but then the adjoining agricultural land soil is much better. Competition is less, light is better, so definitely teak is doing well. We have very good teak plantations in private land coming in Bidar, Gulbarga and all these areas. So the choice of the agriculturist, it can be recommended right and left, and they are planting also. As of now, our biggest problem is supplying seedlings. We are not able to supply the number of seedlings that these farmers require. They are fully confident of teak doing well because it is growing in their own home. That is what is very important. We are not introducing an exotic when you are planting teak in any agricultural land in Karnataka. It is in its own home and in a better land. So there is no worry about that. But then I think department should gear up its potential for supplying sufficient number of good quality seedlings, which you have not been able to do, because I think only Canara Circle produces seedlings. Other circles do not produce seedlings to the extent that is required. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will take one final question from Asim Srivastav, sir.
एक क्वेश्चन मेरा भी रखिएगा
सर लास्ट में ले लेंगे सर आपका
जी 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 जी
Word to Asim Srivastav sahab.
Thank you so much, Shiva. It was very enlightening to listen to discussions between Tasneem Ahmed Saab and Sharma Saab, and very enlightening for me because I have been away from the department for a long period of time in the wildlife wing. So I have very superficial knowledge about teak and teak plantations. I just wanted to know the view of Sharma Saab regarding setting out some areas specifically for teak plantation and harvesting in the future, because the topic of today is augmenting teak timber in India. So what are his views on setting aside some areas specifically for teak production in the form of plantation areas or such?
Unfortunately, teak comes up good in good area only. We have, as far as forest is concerned, only the moist deciduous forest produces the best teak. The dry deciduous forest, which in Karnataka we call teak pole forest, there the maximum growth is 120 centimeter diameter. And we have shortage of actually forest in Karnataka, and the dry deciduous forest, almost everything has been decimated. About 80% of the state's geographical area has dry deciduous forest, which occupies only about 7 to 10% of the geographical area. So dry deciduous forest it is a rare commodity now, and it is very difficult to earmark any area for teak plantation. Then as far as the moist deciduous forests are concerned, they are the high forests. There's a lot of criticism against the teak plantation, public criticism, and the department has also accepted that we have done a lot of mistakes in teak plantation, planting it in areas where there was no teak. We had done a lot of semi-evergreen forest also into teak. So raising plantation by the department in forest, number one, we do not have good area in area which are less sensitive. And in the good area where we want to plant and have success, it will be they will be very sensitive. But then agroforestry is a sea of hope, because we have got in those areas. I'm talking of the eastern plains and central Karnataka. 80% of every district is covered by open agricultural land. In those areas, our forest is only 7 to 10%. So if out of this 80%, even if 5% is earmarked for teak, neem, and other species, that will be more than enough of the requirement, and it will do extremely well. teak results are very good, but then inputs from you like in this clonal material and all these things can make sea change. What we are doing is simple supplying seedlings from our nurseries. So this sort of development will definitely do good. The focus of teak plantation for production will be in the private land only. And as far as forest is concerned, whatever resource we have got as of now, we must try to make use the best of them. At the same time, retaining the biodiversity, we cannot compromise the biodiversity of those areas. So that is a big challenge. And that is why I have suggested certain things that, we should work this plantations that we have raised 1,62,000 hectares. We have to work them out, transform the areas into plantation in forest, and take up selection felling from the forest area as and when due, without taking any clear felling, which anyway should not be done, and which the present policy also does not permit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now over to Bansal sir. Bansal sir would like to make some observations.
No, I have some only general observation, because when we talk of managing forest, we keep on forgetting the policy shifts that has been taken place with or without the input from the foresters, because many policy changes do take place. But to me, this 80,000 hectares of teak plantations in Karnataka, which is outside the protected area, let us forget the protected area part, that itself is a big resource.
Yes.
And as Mr. Ajay Mishra told that the working plans are already prepared, they are perhaps approved also, and they prescribe for the thinning and and also not only thinning but the necessary silvicultural operations. So it seems to be a good resource to augment the supply of teak in coming future. Some of them may be due for harvest in maybe 10 years or so. But at the same time, I would also like to know whether there are any policy or legal hindrances in managing them. Because many times we keep on telling that we are not allowed to do this, we are not allowed to do this. But if somebody can point out that whether there are any policy or legal hindrances or financial constraints in managing these teak plantations, 80,000 hectares or teak plantations in Karnataka, which is outside protected area network, which is a pretty good resource. Thank you.
Yeah. No, it is very true. I mean, the working plan has given certain prescriptions, but I can tell you one thing: the working plan has not given any prescription regarding what is to be done with the natural trees. You see, there's a difference. The working plan has to specifically mention what should be done with the natural trees. That they have not done. While editing one of the working plans from Madikere division, I have incorporated that. There is otherwise they have not incorporated. This is a very important element. No thinning is, I do not think we have taken up thinning anywhere where these miscellaneous trees have been brought. I am not interested in taking the miscellaneous, but then the miscellaneous that has no future must give way to teak for future, and the miscellaneous which has future must be allowed to grow as a miscellaneous, because having a pure teak plantation is absolute something which is not desirable. We should accept it, and that must be the end of the matter. But then as far as thinning is concerned, I do not think any working plan has given prescription with respect to miscellaneous trees. I do not find any miscellaneous trees in the depots and other places. So let us be frank with it. We have been very lethargic in thinning. There is a policy paralysis in thinning, and we must come out of that. Let us accept that. It is there.
Burma Sahab, the point is, what are you suggesting is, I understand is that the quality of the preparation of the working plan has gone down. They are not responsive enough to the needs of the forest. We are probably just doing the cut and paste work, putting from somewhere, pasting somewhere, and somehow they are getting approved also. If they don't do the purpose, we have to do big introspection. Then when we talk of we are 150-year-old organization managing forests as per the working plans, if the quality of the working plan is not there, then we are trying to fool ourselves. Of course, it is easier said than done easier for a retired person to say than for the serving people. But it is there is a need for real introspection as far as the forest management systems are concerned.
Sir, one thing I want to add, sir. Sir, actually, out of this 80,000 hectares, what we are discussing about for the pure teak plantation, there is absolutely no issue with the thinning, sir. Whatever thinnings have been prescribed, right, or now I have said about this canopy also. there is absolutely no issue, and these are being done also, and they should be done. What this miscellaneous tea plantations, which were partially failed and covered with the miscellaneous growth, the decision was about 15 years back. That is the 50% of the area, more than 50% of the area is covered with the miscellaneous growth. We should leave it. We should not prescribe the thinning to those areas and let these plantations get merged with the national forest. It was the decision department, and working plans have been prepared. This thinning or leaving them to merge with the natural forest was the basic criteria, and accordingly the plantations have been managed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ajay Mr. is fully right, because there are the working plan officers have done the job, but then the job has not been done in the field. That is the biggest problem. We must accept it. As Vansal Sahab has told, whether the forest officer will have the time for not is also a question, because they have a lot of responsibilities. So sometimes thinning may be the last preference to be done. We have issues, and we need to take care of that. I mean, let us face it and let us see. I mean, what is happening? As far as the tea plantations are concerned, they have become stranger. In fact, I have named the book as Stranger at Home, because we have forgot the forest, we have forgot the plantations. We are taking them, that everything is fine, it is natural, so we'll accept it as such. But having invested so much of money for 150 years, we really need to introspect. We must go to the forest and see what best can be done out of that, because we have got very good growing trees also. Very good trees, even in the miscellaneous forest where teak is there. We must find out how much teak can be removed out of it. We have to come out of the psychology of not felling anything in the forest, because it is true that in Karnataka we have this thing. Mr. was talking about that particular government order. I was also responsible for the issue of that order of that basal area. It was actually the government, the department never wanted to make use of this, because why happened? It was giving a window to the department to extract some of the mature trees from the forest, mature green trees. But then it never happened. They kept on doing dead and fallen timber. So it happens. I mean, people have become very conservation oriented. When I was working as a DFO Harlial, I was not allowed to thin in the way I wanted. That is because it is very conservative. Only very malformed trees have to be cut. No well-grown trees to be cut, even if it has no future. I mean, those sort of things are there. We have to change our mindset about thinning. Thank you.
Now, one short intervention, Dr. MP Singh, with your permission, because when we talk of conservation, which is good, but what the foresters have to understand, that these conservation values have also to be monetized, which we have never put in any effort to monetize the conservation services. Okay, biodiversity, ecosystem, water, air, so many things. When it comes to that, because the economist or the policymaker will understand only the figures, and we have very poor data as far as the ecosystem services from the forests are concerned. They only understand how much is the timber coming out of the forest. Now, NTFPs are also free for everybody to collect. So department cannot say that how much livelihood is getting generated, how many people are getting what benefits. The only thing that is counted coming out of forest is timber or fuel wood. Fuel wood is also not monitored. So it is high time that the ecosystem services should be monetized, and we have to start it somewhere. Thank
Yes,
you.
that is the ultimate goal, but we have not even done this thing for the forest products also. So we have a long way to go, sir. I agree with you.
We have not even started.
Yes, that is why I'm saying we have a long way to go if we start. Okay, Tasneem Ahmed sir wanted to make some observations.
मैं दो बात कहना चाहता हूँ. एक तो असीम श्रीवास्तव साहब ने जो मुद्दा रेज किया, उनका बहुत ही स्पेसिफिक सवाल था कि कैन वी कीप सर्टेन एरिया अपार्ट फॉर प्रोडक्शन ऑफ टी. मेरे ख्याल से यही सवाल था श्रीवास्तव साहब का. तो श्रीवास्तव साहब का स्ट्रेट जवाब ये है कि बिल्कुल करना चाहिए और करिए, क्योंकि हमको टी पैदा करना है ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम. आज नहीं, हमारी बच्चे, उनके बच्चे उसका फायदा उठाएंगे, वो एक्सपोर्ट करेंगे. इसलिए टीक पे तो कंसंट्रेट करना ही है हमको. और आपसे आपके सवाल के जवाब मुझे ये सबमिट करना है कि जो भी एरिया जहां पे मैच्योर या ओवर मैच्योर क्रॉप्स हैं और साइट क्वालिटी, टीक साइट क्वालिटी वहां की, उन साइट्स की यदि 3 या उसके ऊपर है, 3, 2, 1, 2/3, 1/2, उन एरियाज को आप जरूर चूज करें। वो सबसे प्रोडक्टिव एरियाज हैं और वहां पे टीक बहुत ही अच्छा आएगा। एक शर्त ये भी है कि वो मैच्योर वहां पे क्रॉप होना चाहिए। मैच्योरिटी का क्राइटेरिया क्या है वो कभी सेपरेटली हम लोग बात कर लेंगे। दूसरी चीज ये कि जहां तक थिनिंग का सवाल है, और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ कर्नाटक ने इंस्ट्रक्शंस इशू किए थे कि 20 स्क्वायर मीटर बेसल एरिया या 25 स्क्वायर मीटर बेसल एरिया होना चाहिए, जो कि मिश्रा साहब ने कहा। इसमें मेरा सबमिशन ये है कि देखिए, अगर प्रॉपरली प्लांटेशंस को थिन किया गया तो 80 साल के बाद थ्रू आउट, अगर प्रॉपरली अकॉर्डिंग टू यील्ड टेबल थिन किया गया, तो मैक्सिमम अचीवेबल साइट क्वालिटी 1/2 या 2 के लिए ये 20 और 25 स्क्वायर मीटर पर हेक्टर आता है। वो कैसे 20 और 25 हेक्टर आ गया का क्राइटेरिया, वो मेरे समझ से बाहर है। क्योंकि थिनिंग्स अगर आपको करनी है तो लो थिनिंग्स करनी है इन टीक प्लांटेशंस में, और लो थिनिंग्स जो होगी वो अकॉर्डिंग टू द FRI पब्लिश यील्ड टेबल से होना चाहिए, क्योंकि उससे अच्छा कोई क्राइटेरिया हमारे पास आज की तारीख में नहीं है। तो ये बात मैं क्लियरिफाई करना चाहूंगा शर्मा साहब से कि ये 20 स्क्वायर मीटर पर हेक्टेयर, 25 स्क्वायर मीटर पर हेक्टेयर, ये कहाँ से फिगर मिली प्लांटेशंस को थिनिंग करने के लिए? क्योंकि हर एज वाइज बदलता जाता है, इट गोज ऑन इंक्रीजिंग। जैसे कि 8 स्क्वायर मीटर होगा 15 साल में, फिर 9 हो जाएगा, 10 हो जाएगा, बढ़ता जाएगा, 80 साल में करीब करीब 20-25 तक पहुंचता है। तो ये क्राइटेरिया जो आपने बेंचमार्क दे दिया था प्लांटेशन को थिन करने के लिए 20 और 25 स्क्वायर मीटर का, ये कैसे आया, ये जानना चाहता हूँ।
No, I think ये जो 20 square meter 25 square meter का, it was not with respect to the thinning, it was with respect to whether green felling of trees should be done or not. It was, the context was to take up green, because as you know, we do not have any green felling of trees in 1983. So 2004, 5 or 2007 में जो order निकला, उसमें relaxation was given because the government of India का ये नहीं है, government of India approved the working plan as proposed by the state government. State government had taken the decision not to have any green felling. So what was done by the state government was that if an area is having 20 square meter basal area or 25 square basal area in another category, they can be brought under selection felling of green trees also. So that was the pie criteria, not with respect to thinning. होना ही है।
ये जो आपने क्राइटेरिया बताया, ये किसी भी सिलेक्शन सिस्टम के मुताबिक नहीं है, ये टोटली आर्बिट्रेरी है, माफ कीजिए।
एक्चुअली ऐसा है कि
कोई किताब में कहीं पर भी, और प्रिंसिपल में एक्चुअली ग्रोइंग स्टॉक शुड बी द क्राइटेरिया, शुड हैव बीन द क्राइटेरिया, एंड सिलेक्शन ऑफ मैच्योर ट्री शुड हैव बीन द क्राइटेरिया। और डेड डाइंग तो साहब इंप्रूवमेंट कटिंग तो करते ही है, उसको तो किसी ने रोका ही नहीं है, डेड तो कभी भी निकाल लो, उसके लिए गवर्नमेंट इंस्ट्रक्शंस की भी जरूरत नहीं है।
So dead dying about it, because what was happening, since the department was not taking up any green felling, so which area should be taken up for green felling was to be considered, and 20 square meter was considered to be fairly good moist deciduous forest in some of the high forests of Karnataka. So in order to,
what is the basis? What is the basis of 20 square meters? What is the basis from where this thing will come?
No, because these technical matters can be discussed separately, because most of the participants may not be interested in having listening to this technical part. Dr. MP Singh,
ऑब्जेक्शन माना गया सर, ये अभी ऑब्जेक्शन को सस्टेन कर रहे हैं सर। अगले कल जो है सो जब सुभाष मार्केटे जब प्रेजेंटेशन देगा तो उस समय हम लोग फिर और डिस्कस कर लेंगे सर।
सर बस इतना बताना चाहता हूँ कि इसमें सर ये जो 20 या 25 स्क्वायर मीटर पर हेक्टर वाला था, ये कर्नाटका का सर जो ग्रोइंग स्टॉक था at that point of time. Based on that, this inventory was done and found out that what is the well stocked forest, and they found that this is the threshold actually beyond which only it can be worked.
कल और डिस्कस कर लेंगे सर, बाकी लोग प्रेजेंटेशन देने के लिए बैठे हुए हैं, चले जाएंगे।
Now I would like to thank Deepak Sharma Sahab for giving wonderful presentation. It provoked too many questions among the participants. Thank you very much, sir. Now I would request Ashim Srivastava Sahab to make a presentation. Asim Srivastava sir is working as a PCF Madhya Pradesh now. Over to Asim Srivastava sir.
Thank you, Siva, and good afternoon to one and all present here. Very senior, respected, and very learned people attending this webinar today, and my humble wishes to all of them. It has been very enlightening to know that we started technically in the morning, and we emphasized about the collection of good seeds of teak, then teak plantations to grow more teak than is found in nature based on silvicultural principle, because we need to increase the productivity in teak plantation area. That should be the criteria, because in many states there are teak plantations, but they are not producing timber which should they produce. And in my opinion, in natural ecosystems, we should not promote or favor any particular species at the cost of others, because right now there is good emphasis on conserving biodiversities as well in our working plans. So we should be very balanced in promoting one species over the other based on very sound and very solid grounds. And it is also very clear that CAI is directly proportional to carbon sequestration. So the more productivity in a plantation area, the more carbon we sequester. So that is also very, very well known fact. And it is also very good to know that we have in India largest area under teak. But without dedicated plantation area, demand and desire of teak cannot be met. That is also a fact. So I will start from here, that how we are doing in Madhya Pradesh for augmenting teak timber, though it is very initial stages, because teak has been planted since long back in Madhya Pradesh also. So I will start my presentation now. How do we augment teak timber in Madhya Pradesh? Next. So this map shows that where teak is found in Madhya Pradesh. So you can see that most of the area of the Madhya Pradesh is covered by teak. Next. So we have two type of teak forest, dry teak, very dry teak forest, which is around very small area, 712 square kilometer, and dry teak forest, which is around 24,173 square kilometer. And the total percentage of teak area out of total total forest area of Madhya Pradesh is around 26%. But the best teak forests are found in Harda, Hoshangabad, Baitul, Chhindwara, Sivni and Mandla districts. And the other teak dominant divisions are Khandwa, Sagar, Narsinghpur, Devas and Jabalpur. We also have a very prominent teak found in Madhya Pradesh, that is called Bori teak, which is, I think, world famous for its composition and this structure. And there is also, as we have heard, that Stelia teak is found in some part of Karnataka. We also have in Hoshangabad district Teli or oily teak, which is, though it's rare to find those type of trees in the forest area, but sometimes we get that type of teak also from the forest area in Hoshangabad district. Next. So this table shows our production of timber over the last few years. So we also have Forest Department production and also Forest Development Corporation figures. So you can see from the table that the production is decreasing over the years of all the timber, and teak forms around 40-45% of the total timber output from our forest area based on working plan prescriptions. And Forest Development Corporation has its own working plans, and they do teak plantations. We'll discuss it later when it comes. Next. So how do we manage teak forest? Inside the forest area, we have timely silvicultural operation as per working plan under selection cum improvement working circle and RDF working circles. And artificial regeneration is done by polypod plants and root shoots. The forest department planted around 1.28 crores seedlings last season, and Forest Development Corporation planted 1.08 crore seedlings in 2020-21 So community forest management is also very strong in Madhya Pradesh. So we recently have a revised sankalp for getting the support of local communities, and we have provision of sharing 20% of revenue with the local community if they ensure protection on a regular basis. So apart from teak, bamboo and other miscellaneous plants are also planted by Forest Department. But the percentage of teak plants is very high. It's around 42, say 43%. And Forest Development Corporation undertakes only commercial plantation of teak. And outside the forest area, we have recently trying to come up with Vriksharopan Protsahan Adhiniyam, which is in final stages, and it will facilitate the transportation and felling of timber from private lands and boost plantation outside forest area. It will somehow remove all the restriction on felling of plantation removed, and including teak and sal. But teak being specified produce in Madhya Pradesh, so this business of teak is done by the government only. And it also provides for facility to establish timber yards in production area only, where they can convert the timber into small in other shapes also, so that it will facilitate the overall growers of the plants in their private lands. Next. Forest Development Corporation, which undertakes mainly teak plantations, was established in 1975, and we provide the Forest Department provides open forest and medium density forest to Forest Development Corporation on lease basis. And after retaining medium aged and healthy trees and maintaining a green strip along and within the boundary, the rest of the area is cleaned and planted with teak root shoots with spacing of 2 by 2 meter. And the thinning starts right from the year 5th to after 11th year of plantation, and it goes up to 45 years at an interval of 5 years. And the final felling is done at the end of 60 years. And the objective is to get the selection girth of around 90 centimeters at that time. And corporation has been raising successful plantation over the years, and it is a profit-making government undertaking in Madhya Pradesh. Very few in Madhya Pradesh. The present scenario in Madhya Pradesh regarding the teak is like that. We have talked to some of the traders in Madhya Pradesh who told that the import of teak is done mainly from the African countries. The advantage, as we have already discussed, easily and readily available, 60 to 70% cheaper, and around 500 machines are operational near Gandhidham and Kandla ports, which makes their transportation very easy to Madhya Pradesh because it's a nearby area. And it is preferred by those the imported teak who go by the price, because the teak which is produced in Madhya Pradesh from the natural forest is very valuable and very good quality. So, but for the cheaper versions, this imported teak is used. So the demand supply gap is not the real and only reason for importing this teak timber. This is mainly the price aspect. The present scenario in Madhya Pradesh is next. So I have talked about the JFN Sankalp. So just we'll spend some minutes on the Sankalp, highlighting the various provisions therein. Next page. Next. चलते जाओ 8वें नंबर पे रुकना 8वां. धीरे हाँ और नीचे चलो और क्या नीचे 10 नंबर पे चले गए. स्ट्रेटेजी नीचे ही होगी, और नीचे चलो, और नीचे, और नीचे, और नीचे, और नीचे, हाँ। पॉइंट नंबर 10 पे बस नीचे की तरफ आएगा एकदम। टेन नंबर 10 नंबर आ नहीं रहा सर। Okay, so I will just, as it's not coming on the screen, it reads like काष्ठ कूपों के विध्वंस से प्राप्त होने वाली काष्ठ की बिक्री से प्राप्त राजस्व का 20% वन समिति को देय होगा। यह राशि समिति खाते में जमा की जाएगी और वन समिति अपनी आवश्यकता के अनुसार काष्ठ या नगद राशि प्राप्त करने के संबंध में निर्णय कर सकेगी। काष्ठ लेने पर तत्समय प्रचलित उत्पादन की अपसेट दरों के आधार पर मूल्य का समायोजन देय राशि में किया जाएगा और वन विकास निगम के व्यावसायिक रोपणों में अंतिम पातन से प्राप्त काष्ठ का हिस्सा देने के लिए निगम के संचालक मंडल द्वारा इस संबंध में लिया गया निर्णय लागू होगा। ठीक। And as we have discussed, we also have in the final stages of coming out with Vriksharopan Protsahan Adhiniyam, and this FD and the Forest Development Corporation, they are also promoting this teak plantation. Like in 2020-21, the actual seedlings planted were 128 lakhs by the Forest Department, 108 lakh by Forest Development Corporation. So total teak seedling plantation was 236 lakh, and the target for the current plantation year 2020-22 is likely to be 150 lakh by Forest Department, 172 lakh by Forest Development Corporation, and total will be around 322 lakh seedlings. The increase in Forest Development Corporation's target is because recently they have got approved lot many working plans for their area, so their target has increased as compared to last year. Certified seeds are used in Madhya Pradesh to prepare plants which ensure the genotype and phenotype characteristics of the crop. And we have a target of around 10% area, or 10% of the total forest area to be transferred to Forest Development Corporation for raising good quality teak plantations mainly. And right now, presently, they have around 4.23 lakh hectare of land, which has already been transferred to them, and they are raising plantation over there. Gradually, we are transferring every year few thousand hectares of area gradually. So this will also augment the availability of teak in the coming years. Next. So SFRI is also doing a lot of research, which is our State Forest Research Institute located in Jabalpur. Under the brand name of SFRI Teak Seed, quality teak seeds are being developed by SFRI for scaling up plantation promotion programs. And recently they have also come up with wood forensic study of teak, which basically is stump DNA fingerprinting and the log DNA fingerprinting, so that if any illegal felling is happens somewhere in area, then we can also detect from where it has been cut and make a very good case against the illicit fellers in the court and provide for a better case for the department. And they also developing teak nursery technology, insect pest management protocol, control cross-pollination techniques for obtaining hybrid seeds of desired traits and enhancing pollination mechanism using chemical treatment. These also been developed. the conal propagation protocol of this species has been standardized by the research in SFRI Jabalpur. Next. The ongoing activities in SFRI are genetic diversity assessment of earlier selected candidate plus trees of teak for converting into plus trees for achieving desirable quality planting material in future. And they also provide training on management of seed production areas to the field forest of Madhya Pradesh. So that's all from my side. If there are any queries, I would be happy to clarifying them if possible.
Thank you very much, sir, for making very focused presentation on the status of teak in Madhya Pradesh and initiatives taken by Maharashtra Forest Corporation as well as Maharashtra State Forest Department to promote teak in Madhya Pradesh, sir. We are already lagging behind by almost 1.5 hours, sir. So now we will not take any questions because three presenters are waiting to make their presentation. If any participant or guests are having any questions, please put it on chat box. We will take it tomorrow. So with this note, I will thank once again Ashim Srivastav sir, and we'll move to next presenter, Shri UD Singh sir from Gujarat Forest Department. Sir is working as additional PCCF in Gujarat Forest Department. Over to UD Singh sir. UD Singh sir, are you there, sir? Huh?
He's present, he is showing hand.
Sir is there, sir. UD Singh sir is there. He will be making a presentation. सर शायद आपने म्यूट किया है सर, इसलिए सुन नहीं पा रहा हम. Huh? Sir, there is some problem in your system. I think we are unable to hear you, sir. Just check it up your microphone, sir, once again. You are visible on the screen, but we are unable to hear you, sir.
So we'll meet tomorrow then?
No, sir. Two more speakers are there, sir. Like we are unable to. Hello.
वो सिंह साहब तो चले गए.
UD Singh sir, we are not listening. I think you are muted, sir.
UD सिंह साहब आप चैट बॉक्स में लिख दीजिए क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं. सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है.
Then we will get back to UD Singh sir after Tamil Nadu Forest Department presentation. I will move to next presentation. I would request N Satish from CCF Tanjavur to make presentation on behalf of Tamil Nadu Forest Department. Over to N Satish.
Thank you, Shiv. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, Satish. Go ahead.
Here, I will not speak much about teak forest inside the forest area, because lengthy discussion was going already had happened. So in Tamil Nadu, we have teak forest in mostly in India, marsh deciduous as well as dry deciduous forest, mostly falling in Anamalai, Nilgiris, Palani, Hasanur and Hosur in a protected area network. So apart from that, next slide. In Tamil Nadu, we are planting teaks outside the forest area, which is called as Padugai teak for way back from 1960 onwards. So this Padugai teak is nothing but the canal plantation. It's a Kaveri river. So all along the burn, we are planting teak in order to enhance the green cover as well as meeting timber requirements of the local people and protection and encroachment of this Kaveri river bank as well as erosion. So at present we have some around 44,600 hectares under Padugai teak. Based on working plan prescription also, we are harvesting, we are raising as well as harvesting teak trees. So in this case, we have certain challenges. So here I will discuss what are the challenges and how to tackle it. In last 10 years, we have sold around 50,000 cubic meter of timber with a value of 89.9 crores. It is all in outside the forest area. It is mainly met out the local need of Tanjavur, 4 districts, Tanjavur, Tiruvarur, Nagapattinam, and Trichy. So while harvesting, we have certain problems. Like we have to give the quality timbers to the people. So what we faced here is certain timbers, physically it looks better, but while harvesting, it has some decay and hollowness. For that, how to sort it out? Next. Next. For this, the assessment of internal decay using non-destructive method, this technology is with consultation with IWST, we buy a acoustic tomography. It is nothing but sound sensor. It gives a non-destructive detection of decay and hollowness in the standing trees and timbers using acoustic tomography by using the sound sensors. It is mostly identified the decay as well as hollowness, sometimes the potential decay of fungi of affected trees. So we have, in the policy making decisions, we harvest which tree is best shooted and which how much length and what is the percentage of wastage. That all we know before harvesting the tree. Next. This is early detection of how it works, acoustic tomography. It is internal decay. We find that accurate quality assessment by volume use the resources. It prescribes silviculture treatments for improved management of decision making, helps to maintain a healthy forest. Next. This is a methodology. A dozen or more sensors are placed around the perimeter of a tree trunk or a timber. So these sensors transmitted and received sound impulses. So the special software calculates the measured values and converts them onto a color chart. So we can find out how much decay of this timber has. So damaged areas appears in blue, somewhat damaged in green, and intact areas is in brown color. So this reveals hidden decay, invisible cavities and cracks. Next. This is how it works. This tomography, this picture appears like brown means there's how much decay percentage in this timber we can know before harvesting, so that we can easily plan the trees and the harvesting methodology to which class these timbers fetch, either class 1, class 2, or so that the economic wastage of these trees is minimized. Next. It is a low cost compared to X-ray computerized tomography in the medical application. We already bought that acoustic tomography. Due to this long period of corona, we are not implementing because we need technical guidance from IWST. So at this juncture, I request IWST director to depute some technical persons to train our people to how to use that acoustic tomography in the field. Shiv? It's our request from the site. Next. Again, it is a theoretical part, but it can be think of in our policy decision making. Chiranjeevi Chaudhary sir also asked certain questions regarding performance of teak plantation of a shorter duration. We don't have any data. And even Ravi Shankar also asked future of agroforestry plantation, no data is available. So this smart forest concept, we will look into this to address these two issues and also to give the policy makers to enough idea about this, how much these trees growth and what is average yield gives. It is a internet based. It is all is a sensor based. It is currently successfully implemented in Brazil by the company called Trivia. So it is a why smart forest is already we discussed. Next. This how that working smart forest. We place a dendrometer. The dendrometer is placed in GBH at the different teak trees at a different sample plot. This dendrometer transmit the data to the concentrator. This concentrator also be placed fixed in a selected trees, which will collect data from a multiple dendrometers, and that will give to the server. So we know enough data about next. Calculate the local seasonal changes using rainfall pattern and temperature and everything we know from the on-go, and finds the rate of growth at a different ages. It is a main thing we need for the address the farmers, because the people ask how much yield we can get after 20 years and what is a probable rate of growth and other things, and people also not believing. Certain cases, people are not believing this teak will not give enough growth. So in order to address these issues to the people, we even think of this smart forest technology. And also it gives a better accurate decision making with regards to the spacing and as well as thinning of trees. And detect the fire also. Even when there is a sudden spike in the temperature, it detects fire. And generated data to farmers, promotion of farm forestry as well as agroforestry. Next. Thank you. It's my small presentation about my Padugai teak as well as technological intervention for harvesting teaks as well as data collection.
Thank you very much, Satish, for making very interesting presentation on use of scientific tools, especially use of ERT machines for the hardwood estimation, and also initiatives taken to promote smart forest in Tamil Nadu. Thank you very much for your crisp and very clear presentation. With that, I would like to thank you once again. Then over to UD Singh sir now. If UD Singh sir is ready with presentation, we would like to hear him. Sir, still we are unable to hear you, sir. I think there is some problem with your microphone. No, sir, we are not listening, sir. I think we'll go to the next presenter, sir. Then I can change the system, sir. I think it's better to use some laptop. Maybe there is a problem with your microphone, sir. So we'll come back to you again, sir. Then the next presenter is Dr. Sandeep. He's a senior scientist working with Kerala Forest Research Institute, Pichi, Kerala. So he'll be making a presentation on TeakNet. This thing, he's presently working as TeakNet coordinator as well. Over to Dr. Sandeep.
Yeah. Is it visible? And am I audible?
Yeah. It's visible. It's audible. You can put your slides on slideshow mode, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Okay. Good afternoon to all. Respected Director IWST, guests of honor and chief guest, and dignitaries attending the webinar. Thank you for inviting me to this prestigious webinar on augmenting teak timber in India, a way forward. So I will be presenting on teak production, global and regional perspectives. So if we look at the total area of commercial plantations in the tropics, we can see that majority of the area is occupied by eucalyptus, followed by pine, rubber, and of course, teak occupies the 4th place. And among the planted forest also, Asia Pacific has a good share of its total forest area under plantations. When we all know that in the morning session we have had ample discussions on the teakwood aspects and why it is so preferred in the international market. And when we look at the natural distribution of teak, we know that it is distributed in India, Lavopedia, Myanmar, and Thailand. So over the years, if we look at the natural teak forest in these natural teak habitats, we can see that there has been a small decline, except say in Thailand. And by the late 20th century, what happened was that there has been a shift of policy from the production perspective to, and most of the forest departments and government policies has been oriented towards a conservationist approach. So natural teak felling has been banned from natural teak forest across the tropics. So, but the demand of teak, as it was increasing in the market, it had the focus was shifted to small to plantation teak, and from the natural teak growing area, this teak plantations has expanded to more than over 70 countries across the globe. So now teak is cultivated in approximately 70 countries across the globe, and it has outgrown its natural teak growing areas. If we look at the area of planted teak by region, we can see that if Africa, Caribbean, Central America, Oceania, and South America all have nearly something like 500 to 600% jump in the teak planted areas since the last 4 to 5 decades. If we look at the area change in planted teak from 1995 to 2010, data collected by Food and Agriculture Organization and ITTO, it can be seen that Africa, that especially Ecuador, Ghana, Guatemala, then in South America, all had a very high transformations in the landscape where teak was considered as an important plantation species. Whereas if we look at the traditional teak growing areas, we can see that the changes were something very minimal. Now, if we have a look at the global teak wood exports and imports, we can see that teak wood is basically imported in 2 major forms, in roundwood and a sawnwood. If we look at the roundwood imports, we can see that India is having the major share of imports from across the globe, with 74% of teak global roundwood imports coming to India, followed by Thailand and China. And we import maximum roundwood from Myanmar, Ghana, Ecuador. Then there are other countries like Costa Rica, Malaysia, Benin, Nigeria, and all. But the maximum share comes from Myanmar, Ghana, and Ecuador. Now, if we look at the global teak sawnwood imports, we can see that the maximum of sawnwood imports goes to China. Then it comes to India. Then Thailand, Taiwan, and South Korea are other areas where the sawnwood imports are there. Then from where it comes, it's basically from Tanzania, Brazil, Germany, USA, Canada, Ghana, Benin, and Russia. Though some of these countries do not grow teak, what happens is that they import logs, then convert it into sawnwoods or other products, and then import it back to China, Asia, Taiwan, South Korea, and other areas. Major trade flows of teak, if we have a look, we can see that in the 1995, in the 1990s, basically what the teak trade was mainly concentrated towards Japan, South Korea, and a major chunk towards Europe. But by 2015, if we look at the trade flows, we can see that most of these, like 95% goes towards the China and India. So in India, majority of the teak that comes into our is imported into our country is basically used domestically, and very few quantity goes out
or we export very few quantity as finished products. Whereas in China, what happens, nearly 90% of the thing that comes to their market is processed and then sold back to US and European markets. If we look at the average teak log prices there is no consistency in the classification of teak log and its quality across the world. But for the sake of the convenience, we have classified it into small, medium, and large based on their depth at the midpoint. And we can see that the teak prices are one of the most valuable, if we look at any of the timbers, it is one of the most profitable timber that we get. And as the size of the timber increases or the girth increases, the price usually increases 2 to 3 fold. And one of the major shift that had occurred in the teak timber market was the natural teak felling ban that happened in Myanmar on April 1st, 2014. So otherwise, the trend had been more or less stable, or the increase was also very gradual. But what happened after 2014 was there was a huge jolt to the timber market with respect to teak. The demand was still there, but the supply came down very drastically. And so what happened, the long duration teak logs that used to come from Myanmar got reduced, and this is being gradually replaced by the short duration plantation logs that comes from Africa and South America. So if we look at the growth performance of teak in different regions, we can see that the traditional teak growing areas like India, Thailand, and other countries in South Asia and Southeast Asia have a maximum of mean annual increment. This mean annual increment of say 4 to 5 meter cube per hectare per year. And but if we look at the newly grown areas in Africa, Latin America, and Caribbean, we can see that the mean annual increment meter cube per hectare per year goes up to 15 meter cube per hectare per year. That is an enormous jump in terms of the quantity of wood that they produce within a short period of time. Now, so if we look at some of the analysis that we had done on a regional basis, we had assessed the growth performance of teak in Kerala, and we can see that teak, Kerala, which was considered once as a mecca of teak, is fast losing ground because of loss of productivity, and we could hardly find any plantation with over 3 meter cube per hectare per year mean annual increment, whereas the average mean annual increment in India itself is something like 4.5 to 5 meter cube per hectare per year. So if we look at the site quality classification, we had done a site quality classification, and we can see that most of the plantations, something like 90%, 89 to 90% of the plantations fall under either site quality 2 and 3, and nearly 10% of the plantations even fall under site quality 4. So what are the major setbacks or issues that affect the teak plantations? Of course, one of the major thing that has to be considered is the site selection, which is very important, and along with the planting material, which will affect 35 to 60% of the total productivity in the long run. Then there is, of course, the planting phase, the establishment phase, canopy closure, then management phase, and final felling. All of those will surely have an impact on the teak cycle and its productivity. But the initial phase is very important. Site selection is a very must, and the planting material has to be selected most prudently. So there has been some discussion going on how to select the site, and we know that teak grows in a very highly fertile soil. But to have a quantitative assessment of what are the general parameters that we should consider for having a good site or a good site requirement for teak. The latitude, of course, it's the tropic. The altitude should be something 0 to 900 meters. Temperature 20 to 27, which is mean annual temperature 22 to 27 degrees Celsius, with the precipitation around 1,200 to 2,500, and 3 to 5 months of dry season, and slope should be somewhere around 0 to 25%. Physiography, bottom of valleys will be the best suited for good teak productivity. And of course, flat and undulated area will be nice. And the soil origin, alluvial basaltic limestone, sandstone, quartzite shale, cohesive high clay, sand and smectitic soils, that is the smectitic soils, which is basically found in the Deccan Trap region, the black cotton soils. Such soils are usually not suited for teak plantation, and it will act as a limiting condition. Depth of the soil ideally should be between 90 centimeter to 2 meter. A good water holding capacity, there should not be any compaction. Bulk density should be low. Good drainage and high aeration. These are the factors which are required for good teak plantation. This has been put over from a lot of literature which has been generated on teak from different parts of the world. So if we look at the microstructures, micro soil parameters, we can see that we usually pay attention only to say pH, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and at the maximum organic carbon. But there are a string of factors that will affect the productivity of teak, the site conditions of teak. So calcium, aluminium, calcium plus magnesium, clay, soil depth, CEC, all these are important as the primary nutrients of the organic carbon. And our analysis of the Kerala sites shows that most of these parameters at the best can be described as marginal. And we had very few plantations which had optimum of these conditions for teak growth. Then another major problem with the site quality assessment is we assess the site quality basically by considering the GBH or the top height. But the GBH and the top height works only if the plantations are raised by giving all the managerial practices, all the management practices in a timely and appropriate manner. But most of the times, as we know, that this doesn't happen, and there will be time lags in giving the operations or untimely operations, which will not yield the same results as that of a good plantation management will do. So the GBH and top height based site quality classification has to also to be revisited if we are going to have a realistic assessment of the plantation and take a decision that okay, this plantation is not good, so why we manage it for 50 to 60 years or 80 years, why don't abandon it and leave it for eco-restoration? So before taking that, we should be actually really looking at if the site is good for the teak plantation or it has to be retained. So different combination of site quality parameters has been are being proposed across the globe in assessing the site quality in a more realistic manner. Quality planting material, of course, as I have been pointing out, something like it will affect 40 to 60% of the productivity. So this you will be well aware of all these materials: stem, root trainer, containerized planting material, then macro propagated plants, micro propagated plants, and bud grafts. One major concept that has being evolved is like instead of the quality planting material, we will have to look for the target planting material. The quality of the material per se will not yield the desired results at specific sites. So we will have to see the nursery client partnership, then what sort of site we are going to outplant, and not the appearance, but the material that we need has to be given more importance. So we will have to before going for a nursery development, we will have to ask what are the outplanting objectives, how much year we will have to grow the plantation, what is the yield we are expecting from that particular site, what are the site conditions, what are the limiting conditions, whether there is a good drainage or whether the site is not having good fertility. Then what are the mitigating factors that will be allowable with our outlay of budget outlay? So that is an important factor. Then the species and genetic sources. We, being the coordinator of Teaknet, most of the time we get questions on the quality of the planting material, wherein the private firms often mislead the farmers and other cultivators, saying that if you grow this, you can have the yield of a 30 or 35-year-old teak in 5 to 6 years, which is impossible. So that is the way they get cheated. So species and genetic sources of the planting material is very important. Then the stock type, outplanting tools and techniques that we are whether we are going for mechanized systems or manual systems. Then outplanting window, when we are going to plant, before the monsoon, during the monsoon, or after the monsoon. So these are very important considerations that has to be taken care of while taking out a good teak plantation. This is a case study of a successful targeted plant material nursery in Tanzania. This was, of course, we can say that this is the first attempt in Tanzania, and one of our retired scientist, Dr. K.C. Chako, who was engaged by TeakNet to go over there and look after the plantation, had raised this, and it is giving very good results. And this is a polybag seedling used for boundary planting in an agroforestry system in Kerala. And you can see the growth after 6 months after planting. And after 1 year, we could get up to 13 to 18 centimeter GBH and 4 to 4.85 meter height. So it is possible to get a good growth in our conditions. And the clone versus seed is always a big argument in the areas in especially in South America. They usually prefer clonal plantations, where they have reported that the volume, biomass, and diameter all have very high growth values when compared to that of the seedling plantations. And soil transformation is one of the major one of the major things that affects when we are continuously raising monoculture plantations on the same piece of land. So what happens is basically the soil gets depleted of all the nutrients. Basically, we can call it like a soil mining effect. Wherein the plant takes up huge quantities of the required nutrients, and of course a few quantities returned back, but the bulk of it is removed along with the timber when we harvest it and remove it out of the forest. But in the natural forest, what happens is the wood, the dead and decaying wood will be falling back to the soil, and in due course will be adding it mostly to the soil itself. So what happens when after first rotation, when we go to the second rotation, we will have to supplement this with what is lost from the soil. Otherwise, the soil will lose its productivity. So with successive rotation, what we have observed, basically it affects soil porosity, water movement, nutrient cycling, impairs soil growth, and bulk density also gets affected and becomes unsuitable for planting. So, so basically what happens, not only with teak, but with all monoculture plantations, what happens is the root foraging, or the root captures its necessary items from a single layer or a single depth. So what happens, this layer gets completely depleted with respect to the required minerals and other essential items. So, but what happens in a mixed type of plantation, there will be rooting depths to different soil layers, and hence it can harvest whatever is needed from these different layers and in due course it can be circulated. So there has been a lot of experiments with the teak mixed plantations, and across the world, not only in India, across the world, there have been a lot of teak mixed plantation experiments. And most of the studies with other species in India have met with either failure or were only partially successful. So this is a research gap that has to be addressed. Successful models, mixed plantations of teak, has to be is a research gap that has to be addressed if we are looking for augmenting the teak plantations in the near future. Stocking status is another major drawback that affects our plantations. And we could see that nearly 20% was understocked, and nearly 40% was overstocked. So this is one of the major causes of productivity decline in the long run. So hazards, of course, you all will be aware, pest, fires, invasives are major causes of productivity decline. The teak defoliator, which can cause up to 44% of the volume increment of the tree during the first 4 to 9 years. Then the teak sapling border is there, teak trunk border is there. Another major operation that is usually followed is the slash burning that follows the clear felling of teak. So what happens is basically the entire area will be burned to remove and clear the land. This will surely add bases and other required nutrients during the first year and will boost the plant growth. But what happens after the rains is that the entire thing gets washed down to the valleys. So this practice in due course will deplete the land of its essential fertility. So this has to be what we can do is like basically go for a minimum tillage sort of thing or minimum planting clearance, where the plant has to be planted. That area can be just cleared and planted it, and the debris can be left as such on the land for decomposition and addition as organic matter. This also is very important from the climate change point of view, because we will be emitting a lot of carbon dioxide by burning these slashes. Then forest certification is an important thing that we will have to look into, because in the US they have already enacted the Lacey Act, and Europe is on its way by 2030 to phase out all timber that has no valid certification. A few initiatives that are worth quoting is the DRC Agroflorestal Limited in Brazil, which cultivates nearly 40,000 hectares of planted teak and has an FSC certification since 1997. Ghana, Form Ghana is another major private limited taking up plantations in Ghana. And here they are having a very good benefit sharing mechanism, where the Forestry Commission will receive something like 12% of the total standing tree volume value. Then Form Ghana will receive 80%. The landowner who gives the land on lease for taking up these plantations will have 6%, and local community will receive 2%, along with the assured employment in that particular plantation. So this is one worth emulating in India also, to promote teak plantations in outside areas, forest outside areas. Then Cambodia also Teak Farms Company Limited. This is an FSC certified, producer certified grade A teak plantations. So they claim that their mean annual increment with high intensive management of teak is more than 10 meter cube per hectare per year. Then smallholder teak plantations has to be promoted. Is a recent demand and supply of timber in Kerala state shows that nearly more than 90% of the teak, more than 90% of the timber, not only teak, comes from outside forest in Kerala. So and homesteads or agroforestry systems are a major provider of teakwood. So we will have to provide smallholder teak plantations, because teak has got an emotional attachment and a psychological attachment with the consumers of wood in Indian market. So the demand is going to increase. So the smallholder teak plantations, as we cannot fell our pristine forest systems, most deciduous forest or any other forest systems, and plant teak like that happened during the colonial era. We will have to find new areas for planting teak, and smallholders or agroforestry systems will be the best option to improve the teak plantations. And this will also be provide an impetus to the Paris agreements and the commitments that India has made to achieve by 2030. So we will have to delineate sites for smallholder teak plantations, then ensure that high quality planting material is made available. The package of practices for smallholder teak plantations has to be standardized, because in plantations, we just for an example, we can go for 1.8 to 2 meter spacing, but in smallholder plantations, it can go up to like 4 to 4.5 meters, which has been found very effective in agroforestry studies, especially in Southeast Asia. Then we will have to have a realistic cost-benefit analysis of smallholder teak plantation at what year they can harvest to get the maximum benefit. That has to be calculated, which will vary from region to region in India, because of the labor cost and other input cost that exist in different parts. Then tenure security and ease of felling permissions. The felling permissions in most of the regions, as I understand, teak is not what you call restricted item if it is not from a notified area. And
Sandeep, can you conclude now, because we have one more participant.
This is getting over, sir. So smallholder teak plantations has to be promoted. then certification and all, as I have already suggested. These are some examples from West Africa, then Indonesia, Papua New Guinea. Then we are having the Teaknet to provide all the basic information on Teak, which completed its 25 years of establishment in 2020, and it is governed by an international steering committee from FAO, ITTO, UFRO, Ghana Forestry Commission, University of Helsinki, Timber Imports Association of India, and from Portugal, Vaca Forest Investment Services. We are conducting the 4th World Teak Conference in Ghana during 5 to 8 September 2022, and I invite you all to this meeting. So to conclude with, teak remains as one of the most preferred species in the tropical timber market. And as I pointed out, India remains a major consumer of teak. Timber prices have shown a steady growth over a period. Even during the COVID pandemic, the teak timber market holds very stable. So proper site selection, targeted planting material, timely and proper plantation management, and hazard prevention is utmost importance in raising good plantations. Timber certification should be considered very seriously to access international markets in the near future, and smallholder teak plantation should be promoted even with public-private partnership options. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sandeep, for making very detailed presentation by giving a clear picture on the status of teak across the globe and trends in timber trade. And you have covered so many issues related to teak promotion and best practices which are adopted in different countries across the globe. Thank you very much. Now I would request UD Singh sir to make a presentation on behalf of Gujarat Forest Department. Over to UD Singh sir. Sir.
सर प्रेजेंटेशन तो दिख रहा है सर, आपका आवाज नहीं आ रही है, अनम्यूट कर लीजिए। आवाज नहीं आ रही है सर, आवाज नहीं आ रही है सर।
आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ अब आ रही है सर।
अब आ रहा है सर।
चलिए चलिए, वो थोड़ा माइनर ग्लिच था माइक्रोफोन में। अभी ठीक है? प्रेजेंटेशन दिख रहा है?
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल देख रहा है सर।
देखिए जैसे वो तस्नीम अहमद साहब और शर्मा साहब का मिलन हुआ था, तो वैसे ही आज मदन साहब का और चिरंजीव, ये दोनों हमारे कलीग रहे हैं, दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में क्लासमेट रहे हैं, तो उनसे मिलने का मौका मिला, तो इसके लिए हम मदन साहब का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। आई एम रियली ग्रेटफुल टू मिस्टर मदन who brought Mr. Chiranjeev, me and all together. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will be very brief because already it is lunch time and everybody might be cursing me to encroach upon their lunch time, right? So, sir, Gujarat is a very important tea growing state, and you all might be knowing that
पीपीटी मोड में कर लीजिए सर।
हाँ,
उसको स्लाइड मोड में कर लीजिए सर उसको।
ओके ओके ओके
सर, सर ठीक है,
ठीक है,
ठीक है सर।
ओके, सो अभी तो आवाज ठीक है ना मेरी? बुलंद है या नहीं, ये बताइए।
बुलंद है सर।
हाँ, तो वो आवाज फॉरेस्टर की बुलंद ही रहनी चाहिए, इसके लिए अभी नेक्स्ट ये टीक का तो आप जानते हैं, मतलब दिस इज द किंग ऑफ ऑल द टिम्बर्स। आप कोई भी टिम्बर इसको रिप्लेस नहीं कर सकता है। मतलब आपके घर में जो टीक का फर्नीचर होगा और दूसरे वुड का या किसी और का होगा, वो मतलब दूर से दिख जाएगा। और टीक का फर्नीचर होना एक स्टेटस की भी बात हो गई है, थोड़ा कॉस्टली है, बट वी लव टीक। ये टी ग्रोइंग स्टेट्स का आपको पता है, ऑल साइंटिस्ट मस्ट बी नोइंग दैट ये हमने आपको स्लाइड से इंटरनेट से लेके ही दिखाया है। सो डिस्पाइट इंडिया इज अ वेरी गुड एरिया अंडर टीक, बट वी import a large quantity of teak every year, and Gujarat is the major Kandla port is the major point where this timber comes, and to some extent Bombay port also is there, and from here it goes all along the western states, Haryana and North India. Gujarat only 9.63% area is under forest, so that's just to show you. This is the classification of Forest Survey of India recently 2021 State of Forest Report. So you can say open forest and all, so scrub. So mostly we have VDF, very dense forest is very little. These 5 areas are having teak in Gujarat. Moist deciduous, slightly moist deciduous, southern moist mixed deciduous, very dry teak, and dry teak. These are 4, and percentage wise you can say about say 25%. All the districts, Valsad, Dang, Navsari, these are the moist. Then Surat Tapi is slightly moist, and the Saurashtra is the dry.
उसको जरा क्लिक किया करें सर, हमें फॉरेस्ट कवर का ही स्लाइड दिख रहा है.
ये दिख रहा है?
फॉरेस्ट कवर का स्लाइड दिख रहा है, उस स्लाइड पर आपको क्लिक करें तो सब
ठीक है, ठीक है.
सर नाउ इट इज ओके.
नहीं, इसको वापस ले जाओ. थोड़ा थोड़ा
स्लाइड शो से फिर से बैक हो गया है. स्लाइड शो से बैक हो गया है. स्लाइड शो में कर दीजिए सर.
ओके ओके,
ठीक है सर. अभी ठीक है सर.
अभी ठीक है
सर.
ठीक है सर. अच्छा, अभी ये इज इट ओके
सर? ठीक है
ठीक है. So we have given the name of the district where these all 5 types of teak is found. We have conducted a survey in tree outside forest. So teak is the 5th highest occurring species. Highest is the neem, I mean Azadi erectica. Then teak for Gujarat is a very, I mean you all might be knowing there is a teak called Valsadi teak, which is very hard and it is very much in demand. I mean even the rate of this teak must be twice the rate of CP Sag, you call it. CP Sag is mostly from say western MP. So due to its grain quality and hardness, it is very much in demand. These are the certain logs of Valsadi teak. Why I am flagging this issue? Because I'll later in the presentation I will highlight this. What efforts we have done? We have seed production area, seed orchard, then CPT selection, genetic testing, progeny and provenance trials, then multiplication of quality planting material. We have got a tissue culture lab also, then departmental plantation, teak seedling distribution and research. These are all 4 or 5 activities which we are doing. Of course, this is a data from historical data, how many areas, seed production areas we are having, how much seed orchards we are having, and how much cloner orchard we are having. How many trials we have established, this is the historical data from the records. These old photographs I have shared, these are the in Dang forest area, you can see teak seed orchard, the teak seed production area, teak progeny trial, all these traditional scientific studies and trials we have established in our forest. This is the seed collected from seed production area. We are marking our candidate plus tree also. Every year we select some CPTs. A tissue culture lab was also established. Of course, the production is not that high, but we have established a lab in our research wing. These are the some photographs of the production from that lab. Then we have established regional high-tech nurseries in all the teak growing regions and some smaller nurseries, local nurseries for produce teak quality planting material. This you can say this is last year's photographs of teak nursery stump growing. These are the grown area. This is the about say 500 beds at one place in Surat district, which we are growing nurseries for teak. This is the how we are making stumps. Every year we are taking plantation about say 10,000 in the whole state, but say for teak areas it must be 4,000 to 5,000 hectares we are taking teak plantation. This is the one site of a teak plantation in Dang district. Then we distribute 50 to 60 lakhs, 90 million seedlings of all trees, in which teak is one of the component. we distribute either free or take some nominal cost. Then one teak-based farm forestry scheme is there, where the farmers grow the teak in their own field, and every 5 years they are allowed to cut 10 trees, and it is sold by the government and money is routed back to them. So they get earned quite a lot by selling the tree from their Malki land. This is the scheme. Say in 17-18 we have 800 beneficiaries and 19 crore amount we have distributed. In 21-22, 298 beneficiary and 11 crores we have given to the farmers. Then we have a scheme of rehabilitation of degraded farmland, in which we plant teak stumps also. This you can see the drone photograph of the whole area of a forest where we have planted teak seedlings. So we are doing massive plantation works in our forest. This is another photograph. Then research requirement. We have now interacted or rather tied up with the Navsari Agriculture University. It has got a forestry college also, to help us in getting a GI tag for Valsadi teak. That is what I was stressing in the beginning. So it has got a very unique feature. So we were trying to apply for the GI tag for Valsadi teak. And research work and the groundwork is being done with the help of financial assistance from the Forest Department by Navsari Agriculture University, where there is a forestry college. Then GI tagging and wood morphological characterization of teak. Our scientist is also online, so he will explain when I'll give him a chance to speak. I think Mr. Jha, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Jha, now you can take over and you can tell me. I'll change the slide. You can speak on my behalf.
Okay. So the first thing that presently all the speakers from different states, we all know that we are the reason. Being proud for the teak is that we are the center of highest diversity of teak. And in all state presentation, we found that we have in every state one or two specific kind of teak which are having specific features. So our aim is, rather than we are catering the product teak as a product only, we develop the product based. Like in the MP's presentation, sir said we are importing, but our teak is best. And most of the local people, they prefer the local teak, with which they are very much acquainted. And moreover, they are more likely to go for the plantation of the local teak. It has two advantages. One, the local teak plantation, being vocal for the local, the advantage in the forestry is that they are much adapted. Second thing, a lesson we can learn from the seed orchard. We know that we have established many seed orchards initially in the line of what earlier in tree improvement for the pines and other species were doing, which directly replicated for our species. But the fact, all the forest department and all the scientists, we know that the teak production from the teak seed orchard is facing a major problem of asynchrony of the flowering, because most of the seed orchard has been established having diverse genotypes which are having different, because as we have large distribution zone, so the phenology of the teak is diverse, and when we are accumulating it at one place, sometimes they are asynchronously flowering, and most of the teak seed orchard, that's why not able to produce that much amount of seed what we had expected when we started working on the seed orchard establishment. So coming back to the Valsadi teak, if we see the history, so at the time of Indus Valley civilization too, the teak of the Gujarat, especially from, this was the main trade region during Indus Valley. So people were getting the teak from this region. And
स्लाइड को मूव करने की जरूरत नहीं है क्या?
नहीं सर, ये सर ने के बस चर्चा के लिए उन्होंने कहा कि why
थोड़ा
we
सा
are going
माइक
for
के
the
पास आ जाओ तो अच्छी आवाज आएगी। थोड़ा सा स्ट्रेस पड़ रहा है आवाज समझने में।
हाँ जी सर।
थोड़ा
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 जोर
आवाज
से या
कर लो
माइक के
जाजी,
पास आ जाइए।
माइक के
हाँ जी
पास
सर।
आइए, और थोड़ा जो आप साइंटिफिक ये कर रहे हैं ना, इसके बारे में बताइए। ये जो ये है मतलब।
हाँ जी सर। अभी मोस्ट ऑफ द जितने हमने बताया कि इंडिया में जो डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ टीक हमारे हैं, तो उन सबको अगर एक था कि अगर हमारे पास IWST ही ऑर्गेनाइज करा रहा है तो उनसे भी मेरा वो था। एक हमारे पास जो स्पेसिफिक टीक है हर रीजन के स्पेसिफिक, अगर रीजन स्पेसिफिक हम वुड एटलस बनाने के लिए जाएं, जो टीक का ही स्पेसिफिक वुड एटलस फॉर द टीक फ्रॉम द डिफरेंट रीजन। अब वलसाडी टीक में अभी हम वही कर रहे हैं कि जो यहाँ के थियोरेटिकली तो हम बोल रहे हैं उसको हम कैरेक्टराइज कर रहे हैं एंड मॉर्फोलॉजिकली कैरेक्टराइज करके उसको डिफरेंट टीक से सेपरेट करके उसके स्पेसिफिसिटी बता रहे हैं। देन वी आर गोइंग टू इवन वी टॉक्ड विद फार्मर, दे सेड कि इफ इस तरह की चीजें होती है तो लोकल हम अपने फार्म में अडॉप्ट करने के लिए, मीन्स जब हम प्रोडक्ट को डाइवर्स करते हैं तो एडॉप्शन भी बढ़ने के चांसेस हो जाता है। सेम केसेस जैसे ऑर्गेनिक बढ़ा उसी तरह से जो कि टीक अडॉप्शन ऑफ द लोकल टू द लोकल पीपल, वो उसका जो है ऑगमेंटेशन में बहुत ज्यादा हेल्पफुल होगा। तो दैट्स व्हाई और इसकी विशेषता सर ने बता ही दी है, तो उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए सिंस इट फेच मोर मनी, तो इसको हम ले जाना चाहते हैं GI टैगिंग की तरफ।
ठीक है झा साहब, जो अभी चूंकि हमारा इट्स अ वेरी नेसेंट स्टेज, सो वी विल नॉट बी इन अ पोजीशन टू इलैबोरेट, but we have started this work, and based on that we will develop a suitable teak based agroforestry model which is acceptable to the farmers. Then reduction in rotation age is very much required. No farmer is going to wait for 80, 90 years or 70 years, and a lot is required on this. This has been discussed earlier in initial presentations also. Then way forward is increasing plantation area and narrowing the demand supply gap, and possibly solution is to make a success and economic realization of any plantation is largely dependent on the quality of planting material. As on today, we are running sort of quality planting material. When I was working in 1990 in Valsad area, a lot of seedling suppliers from Andhra came here and they were selling plants 150 rupees to 200 rupees per plant. They came, they stayed there for a few years, and then they all have gone, and not even single plantation is seen. I think no farmer has adopted that. So with all this small presentation, I would like to flag this issue with Dr. MP Singh. Since you have taken up this issue, then you create a group which for brainstorming how to increase the productivity or how to increase the supply of Indian teak. Of course, FRI, ICFRE and Government of India officials has to be on board, and with that discussion, you take the lead, do some research work, because state organizations are some states can do, but not all. What are the nursery techniques, best suitable practices, and even other things like say supply of quality seedling, then marketing, quality of timber, then how to replace the import by export, then minimum restriction on cutting and transport of the teak, basic knowledge regarding plantation by stumps or by polythene bag grown plant. Because I have issued an instruction that we in forest will not plant a polybag raised seedling. It has to be done by stumps only, because it is very economic. Many a case we plant polybag seedlings, if it is 10-20 seedlings, it's okay, but if you have to plant in lakhs, then it has to be stumps. But stumps has to be raised by a seed source of a known area. That is also missing. Many times our field staff is tempted to purchase the seed from the seed supplier. We don't know from where that supplier has brought it. So many SOPs need to be issued or to be discussed. So first and foremost thing, I request IWST director that you create a WhatsApp group, flag this issue with Government of India and other regional research centers, and try to develop a quality planting material, either source or technique or likewise. We will definitely increase our production and productivity. Since it is too late already, so now I'll conclude my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for making a detailed presentation on various initiatives taken by Gujarat Forest Department to promote teak in Gujarat. Thank you very much, sir.
All your suggestions will be incorporated in the proceeding, and we will give it to the central government, and we are hopeful that we'll take it forward in a task force mission mode. So we'll take all the suggestions in a mission mode, so that it is a starting point that we are discussing together, but we need to be oriented towards the action also. So we will do that, sir. As per your expectation, sir.
That's nice. Thank you.
Before ending the first day session, I would like to thank today's speakers, Dr. Gurudev Singh ji, then Deepak Sharma Saab, Chiranjeev Chaudhary Saab, UD Singh Saab, N. Satish, and Dr. Sandeep. With this, we will conclude first day session, and all are welcome to join for the second day session. It will start at 10:30 tomorrow morning. All are welcome to join for the second day of this webinar.
In fact, all are requested to join. We will have more discussion tomorrow. So I request that please join, or please tell your officers also to join, to participate in all this deliberation tomorrow.
Kindly rope in Madan from Government of India officers also, because
actually today they have the function on the World Forestry Day, so we hope that they will join.
Requesting you, because see, we can organize a research group or anything and a long-term research, and then we can go ahead with the planned in a planned way. Otherwise, see, this will be over once this webinar is over. The issue is also over. So kindly
Also,
put it
we'll
on
take
paper.
it forward, sir. I request you to give 3-4 page write-up also, sir, so
Definitely.
that we'll compile all your recommendations, and we'll try to have some way forward from here.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you once again, everybody, and welcome to join second day's webinar tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you.